Hi, my name is Paul and this is my beginner's course. It's a Bubble beginner's course and I will teach you how to build web apps with bubble.io. Bubble is a very amazing tool that can build mobile applications, web applications, internal tools for you in a breeze if you know how to use the fundamentals. And that's what you're going to be learning in this course. I have over 2 years experience building awesome application with Bubble, and I think it's time for me to teach someone else how to build those applications so you can make money as a founder, so you can cut down costs as a founder, and so you can build internal tools for yourself as a solopreneur. Or if you're someone who is going to do this as a business, of course, it's going to work also for you. You can learn the skill and offer these services to other persons who want to build with Bubble. Let's see what we're going to be covering in this course. In this course, I'm going to walk you through, tell you about Bubble, what exactly you can build with Bubble, and then I'm going to tell you what makes a Bubble application. And as we go ahead, I'm going to walk you around the Bubble editor, and then I'm going to show you how to manage data. Data, of course, is the lifeline of every application. And also, as we go, I'm going to show you how to use something called custom states and URL parameters. And after then, we're going to put everything together by developing our own capstone project, which is a recipe application. So it's an application where you go find recipe of your choice and buy if you want to. So this is the way our application is going to be like. It's going to have our login. It's going to have the sign up. It's going to have the homepage where users can browse recipe. They can search for this recipe if they want to. They can search for this recipe like so, and they can search for it. They can favorite as many recipe as they want on the mobile application, just like you can see. And if I want to learn more, I can click here to learn more about the recipe. If I'm interested in buying it, I click on the buy button and go ahead and purchase this recipe. If I'm done with my application, I simply click on the logout screen and exit the application. So this is what we're going to be building in this course. Sit back, relax, get a cup of coffee if you want to, and let's get started with building it. Thank you so much for deciding to watch this course. I'm pretty sure that you're not going to regret it. Let's get started. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe if you're visiting this channel for the very first time. And don't forget, you can always ask me questions in the comment section. Whatever question you might have regarding this course, you can always ask me in the comment section and I'll do well to answer you. And if you have a Bubble project and you need help with it, feel free to reach out to me via the link below. And if you're stuck somewhere, you need help moving your Bubble project forward, feel free to reach out to me via the link below. So first thing first, let's talk about Bubble and exactly what you can do with it. So what is this Bubble.io tool? Bubble is one of the easiest ways for you to build mobile or web application with little or no code. So Bubble is a no-code platform, yes, but sometimes to get some features working, you have to add a little bit of code, or you have to rely on other codes that other persons have written, and these codes are called plugins. So with Bubble, you can get your mobile application, your web application, your websites up to speed, or probably your internal tool, which is either a mobile application or a website. You can get it up and running within a few days, within a few weeks, within a few months, depending on how much you want to get accomplished, depending on what your MVP look like, and depending on the features that you want in that application. That's basically what Bubble helps you to do. And when it comes to people always asking, say, what exactly can I build with Bubble? What can I do with Bubble? How can I do this with it? So for me, Bubble can help you build major application, tons and tons of application in different niches, if you can use it very well. For example, Bubble can help you build web application. Bubble can help you build mobile apps. Although Bubble is not made to build mobile apps right off the bat, but you can actually bundle a web application and it turns into a web app that can live on the Play Store, that can live on the Apple Store, that can live on any store or whatsoever. So Bubble, you can use Bubble to build web application, mobile application. You can use it to build websites. Of course, Bubble is a very, very cool website builder. It can help you build very responsive website application. And also, one thing I like about Bubble when it comes to building websites is that you can automate a lot of things in your website using the Bubble CMS. So you can actually build your website to be a CMS where you can take things off, you can add things without really paying so much or without really killing yourself. Another thing that I think Bubble can build is that Bubble can build Chrome extensions very well. Can build Chrome extensions. There are tons of people who have built Chrome extensions and it's wrecking it a whole lot of money. It's a very cool niche. People need Chrome extensions to do so many things. In fact, Chrome is one of the most used browser in the world, and that's a very huge market. People want to do things like SEO. People want to grab other people's contacts. Want to just a whole lot of applications are created on top, have been created on top of Chrome. And if you create one, I'm sure you're going to like it. Another thing that you can create with Bubble, they are widgets. Widgets are tiny codes that perform specific functions in different environments. So you can actually create this. For example, if I saw on Twitter a few days ago, someone created a cost calculator. That's a widget. It's just a widget that you can embed anywhere, that you can basically embed anywhere, and it can do the same function like you have it on your website. For example, you must have seen those buttons, you must have seen those fonts that you can just copy and you can paste it anywhere, and it works right off the bat. You can use Bubble to create those type of applications. But if you ask me, there are people using Bubble to create a lot. People are using Bubble to create online internal tools, internal tools, and people are using Bubble to create SaaS application. SaaS means software as a service. We're going to discuss this as we go, but it's one of the best niche ever. It's one of the best things that people use Bubble to do. Why? Because Bubble is made for this type of application. So if you are creating a SaaS tool, you're creating a SaaS tool, you're creating an internal tool, just be rest assured that Bubble can build it for you without any stress. So that's it. That's it. If you have questions, don't forget to leave it below this video and I'll do it to answer it. So let's move on to the next chapter where we're going to learn what makes a Bubble application. I'll see you in the next lesson. If you want your Bubble application to be good, then you have to pay attention to this. I mean, the main goal of building a Bubble application is to have people use it. And if people don't find it very good to use, then you're going to be losing a whole lot of money, or you're just going to be costing your user pain. And if your users are not interested in using your product, they don't use your product willingly. Once they get to find another alternative, they will gladly jump on it. So if you want to create your Bubble application, what really makes it tick? What really makes it cool? First thing first, your Bubble application must be very responsive. I mean, your Bubble application should work on mobile, it should work on desktop, it should work on tablet, it should work on anything of any size. If your user is browsing your website from a TV, it should work very well. If they are browsing it from the smallest phone, it should work very well. If they are browsing it from a laptop, from a MacBook, anything, it should work very well. And number two, another thing that you should look at is fonts. Are your fonts and your styles readable? Are you going to use the green on the black? Are you going to use a black on the green? Are you going to use a red or the blue background? Are those things check out? Do they really check out? The fonts that you're using, are they very legible? Are they clear? Is this something that people can use? That's something that you really want to check. If your site is readable, is it clear for people to use? Accessibility, is it very good? Can people really use your site? Can they find everything in your site within 10 seconds? I mean, if I go to your site, if I just look at it for a second, will I be able to tell this is what the site does, this is what the application does, things like that? Those things are very important. And number three, this is not always the case, but payment is super relevant, because if you're building an application, there's a high chance that you want to charge for it, except maybe you're building an internal tool for your organization. If it's a customer-facing application, then you want to charge for it. That means payment should be very seamless. If you're using Stripe, it should be seamless. If you're in Africa, that means you'll likely be using Paystack, Flow. It should be very, very seamless if you're using any of those tools. And fourthly, emails. You want to be able to craft your emails in such a way that it makes sense. It makes sense to other people and it makes sense to your customers. You want to be able to fix your email automation in such a way that users are able to relate with it without any trouble. And number five is database. How are you setting up your database? How are you setting up the database to make sure that you'll be able to scale? So because as you build the application, people are going to keep coming, they're going to keep coming, they're going to keep coming. And the changes you can make will become pretty limited. So let's say, for example, if you have 10,000 persons using the application, making quick changes to your database might not be very easy. Or maybe you might need a database pro to actually do that for you. So you have to think of your database and set it up from the beginning so you can be successful. Another thing is authentication. Is your authentication secure? How are people going to log in and log out of your application? Is it visible? Is it easy for people to log in and log out? Another thing that makes up your application is pages. Everything in your app is pages. Users are just moving from one page to another, one page to another. Or if you decide to build a single page application, it means users are interacting with same page, but you're using things called URL parameters to actually move users from one page to another. Another thing that you want to check is speed. How fast is your application? Is it fast enough? Is it fast enough? How long does it take to load? Is it too heavy? Where are you getting your videos from? Where are you getting your images from? Though one thing that I know about Bubble application is that Bubble is very, very fast, but you also have to be very careful, especially your image, for your videos. If you know you're going to be displaying a lot of data, be very careful. Use links a lot of time instead of calling big files from your database internally. And one thing that I didn't add up here is security. How secure is your mobile application? Are people able to sniff data of your users? Are they able to sniff credit card data? Are they able to sniff login information, passwords, anything that you have saved in your users database? If they're able to sniff it, then you want to rethink it. Thank God that Bubble has access control. So Bubble has access control. On Bubble, you can actually tell what your users can see, and you can tell what they cannot see. You can tell what will be rendered in the browser and what should not pass through and go to the browser. But irrespective of that, you have to be very careful. You have to take you have to really take a very good look at your app to make sure that it's very secure. So for me, these are the few things that makes up a very good Bubble application, and I want you to go check. If you already have a Bubble application, I want you to see if you have all these things, and if you don't, you have to go fix it. But if you don't have, sit tight, relax, and we're going to build it together and see how it works. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you around the Bubble editor. I'm going to show you what it's like, how to use it, how to work around it, and then we'll get started with learning about Bubble bit by bit. Thank you. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this part of the course where we get to explore the Bubble editor. The Bubble editor is a drag and drop tool for building mobile applications, web applications without writing code, with little or less code. So one thing I like about the Bubble editor is that it's very, very intuitive. It tells you what to do at the very right time. It's very intuitive. You know what to drag, you know what to drop. You just need to get used to it. You can divide it both sides. You can divide one side to the left and the other side to the right. You almost, depending on which way you're looking at it from, you will likely be using the left-hand side a whole lot more. The left-hand side, yes, you're going to be using a button there, which is the preview button. This is where you're going to be viewing your application majority of the time. So you always have to click on the preview button to show you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. Even though it is very possible for you to preview right here in Bubble, but it's very advisable that you get to preview in this other side of the application, which is super good. So on the UI builder, you'll be able to drag things like text into the screen, and you'll be able to drag things like buttons. You'll be able to drag images, links, and the rest. So you can see the way I'm doing it. All I have to do is to click on the element I want to add to the screen and simply drop it. That's the only thing I want to do. If I'm comfortable with what I've done, I'll go ahead and say preview. When I preview, Bubble will show me the way my application will appear on screens. These screens could be desktop, they could be mobile, it could be any type of screen. Network is not so great right now, hence the reason why it's saying not reachable. But you can see these are the elements that we just dropped on the screen. And on this element, you have the ability to shape things by reducing the sizes and leaving the size the way it is. You can see we have the width here, which is 337, and we have the height by 175. If I'm saying I need a height of 100, you can see the button shrinks. If I'm saying I need a width of 200, you can see the button shrinks even further. So Bubble gives you that ability to customize things in a very, very good way. So I'm going to take this off the screen. And also, there are other elements. We have visual elements. The next one that we have here is the container. This is what you're going to be wrapping all your visual elements into. There are different types of containers. We have group, we have the repeating group, the pop-ups, and the floating group. You're going to be using the groups and repeating group the most. Why? Because this is where you will put majority of your elements. For example, we are building a recipe applications. We are building a recipe application. And a recipe application will contain a whole lot of recipe, and we need a repeating group to display those recipes. And so that's why I'm saying a lot of time when I build application for people, I get to use the group and the repeating group the most. If you want to use them on your app, simply click and drag into the screen. That's all you have to do. Simply click and drag into the screen, and that's all. We will explore containers and repeating group a whole lot later. Then we have the input groups where you can input forms. You can simply drag and drop your form into the screen, and users will be able to input. We'll go ahead and click on reload here. You would see that just simply by dropping an input, this particular input into the screen, our users will be able to type. So you can see, finally, where's it? Just refresh again. So I'm going to refresh again. You will see that our users will be able to type stuff. So you can see this is a bubble course. Users will be able to type, and they also will be able to submit things on the application when they type. So because one thing that you want to do, things that people will come to do in your application, they will come to create, read, update, and delete items from your database. That's mostly what every application does. It doesn't matter the industry, doesn't matter where it's from. What you're just doing, you're taking data from the user, you're manipulating those data and presenting it in such a way that makes sense to the user. That's basically what you're doing with Bubble. Then we also have reusable elements. Let's say there are things that you're always doing in your application, there are items that you're always creating, there are layouts that you're always creating. You can save them you can save them, and then you can actually use them in every part of your application. Things that work with reusable elements most of the time are things like your settings page, things like your menu, your nav-bar, your footer, your header. Those things work very well when you're using repeating groups. And then we also have the workflow. Workflow, this is a way you tell Bubble to do something while something happens. So if a user click, if a user scroll over, if a user hover, you want your application to do something. For example, let's go back to our container all over again. So I'm going to drag a group into the screen, and I'm going to make this group red. Don't worry about how to make your group look great or look beautiful. Just follow what we're going to do. I'm going to drag another group right there, and I'm going to make it a different color entirely. I'm going to make it blue, and I'm going to drop a button. I'm going to drop a button. Don't forget what we're explaining. We're explaining the workflow. I'm going to drop a button, a tiny button, and I want that when the user click on this button, I want this black group to disappear. So when you click on this button, I'm going to start workflow. I'm just going to type the word hide and say hide an element, group A. So when a user click on this button, it's going to hide this black group, which is the group A. Let's go ahead and refresh. So click on it, you can see the element is gone. So we can say if you click on it, hide it. If you double click it, we want you to unhide it. So if it was hidden before, show it. If it's not hidden, hide it. Or we can simply go back to our workflow and say delete the hide and put something called a to-go. So to-go an element would say to-go to group A. So what the to-go will do is that if it's hidden, it will show it. If it's shown, it will hide it. So you can see this to-go. So that's it. That's what an action. That's what a workflow do. It enables you to add actions to your app. So we have database. Remember I told you that users will be creating, reading, updating, deleting applications from your data. So this is where you create your data type. If you want to create a new data type, we say new data type and simply say create. And once we do this, we can start adding elements. Elements can range from text, numbers, dates, Boolean, images, address, lots of different elements in our database. And then we also have the styles. This is where you prepare styles for your buttons, for all the elements in your page. You will notice that when I created my button, it had this color. The reason it had this color is because the style of the button, it's look at my primary button. My primary button has this particular color. So if I decide to change the primary button to blue, if I go back to my page, refresh, you would see that automatically my app button will turn to blue. So I'm going to go back again and just change it to the previous color. I like that particular color. So this is the way you would set style variables for the elements. So you can see Bubble just newly launched these features. It has you can set different style variable. You can set your background variable, sources, alerts, primary buttons, and you can set your fonts, the font that you're using. Bubble has tons of fonts. If you're not comfortable with the fonts here, you can always upload those variables. And then we have plugins. Plugins are ways you add more functionalities to your applications. For example, if you want to integrate something like Stripe into your application, you can simply use the Stripe plugin, install it, and you'll be able to collect payment. Though it requires a bit of setup, but it's not as difficult as when you're doing it from scratch. Plugins just enable you to avoid unnecessary complexity when you're using your application. Then we have the settings. This is where you would set up things in your application. This is where you would set up the name of your application, access control, APIs. Here you can open your APIs to third-party applications. Say for example, you can open your APIs here. Right here, people will be able to reach out to your application, communicate with your application using this particular API. And also then we have the logs. So if you're making changes or you have a couple of things running in your application, you can really figure out exactly what's been happening. So you have your own dedicated virtual logs that you can always come here, check what's happening in your application and see what it's just another way for you to debug your application. For example, if you're integrating with Stripe and somebody makes a payment, you can come back here and really see who made that payment, when that payment happened, and all that. Then there's the scheduler. If you're scheduling tasks, you're running tasks over and over and over again. You can come here to pause those tasks, cancel those tasks, show those tasks. One thing that I will tell you that if you're running your task, don't use something like a forever loop. It's just going to bring your server speed down and it might be destructive for your application. So if we go back to the design tab, there's one more thing I want to show you. I want to show you the responsive tab. So we have the responsive tab. This is where you will show people. This is where Bubble shows you how your application will display in different screens. So we have the 320, which is the mobile screen. We have the 768, which is the tablet screen. We have the 992. We have the 1200. All these are desktop and laptop screens. So you can, if you don't want to click like this, you can simply use this arrow to drag and drop and see how your screen will look like. So that's basically it here. Don't forget, like I said before, a brief recap. One of the most important things you want to learn how to use, the container. It's very important that you get used to the container, learn how to use the container super well so that you'll be able to build awesome application. If you know how to build the container, use the container very well, you will be able to build very, very cool application. And that's just the building block of Bubble, containers. Learn how to use container and then you will have a lot of peace. Don't know how to use container, there will be no peace for you. Your application will keep breaking, it will not be responsive, it will just be all over the place. So I hope you enjoyed this lesson. That's the brief on exploring the Bubble editor. Next, we're just going to keep going on the course and I'll show you a lot of things in this beginner's course. Thank you. This time we're going to explore the editor. I know last time we dragged in a group, we dragged in a container here, but we're going to explore the Bubble element a whole lot more. So for example, what really makes up a web page? Like if you go back, let's look at a website. Let's go back and look at a let's say, what website are we going to look at? Let's look at the Apple Store. Let's look at the Apple Store website. If we look at the Apple Store website, you begin to ask yourself, what really makes up this website? So what you can find is that we have text, yeah, we have images right there, we have more images, we have more text and images, we have text, images, we just keep going. So we have text, we have images, but these images are just styled differently. These are images, you just style differently. And sometimes you will find a video. Let's look for another site. Let's just say, let's look at another site, an online store. So this is a popular online store here in Nigeria. So you will see this is Gmail. And what you're seeing here is same thing. So we have images, we have more images. So we have lots and lots and lots of images, and we have text. But they are just styled differently. That's what makes up a website. For a website, you would have pages, you would have images, you would have videos, you would have textual content, GIFs, but mostly what you have here, you would just have images, videos, and textual content. That's what you normally find on majority of the website, but they're just styled differently. Some are styled great, some are styled terribly. It just really depends on who's building it. So right here, when you're using Bubble, what you're going to use the most is a test element. You're going to be using a test element, you're going to be using buttons, and you're going to use images a lot. So you're going to use test, buttons, images, and containers. We're going to explore containers a whole lot more as we go over. I'm just going to give you a brief overview of everything that's here. So let's talk about the visual container first of all. First, you're going to explore text. So you can just simply click on the text and just drag your mouse around the screen like so. Anywhere you drag it to, that's where your text is going. So here, this is how you're going to look like so. So we could say, this is my text, like that. And then we can then come back here and we can style our text the best way we can. So headings itself, it's just going to tell you how big you want it to be. H1 is bigger than H2, H2 is bigger than H3, H3 is bigger than H4, H4 is bigger than H5, H5 is bigger than H6. But we'll explore more as we go in this lesson. But just know that that's the way to bring a test. So I'll do it again. Click on the test, and you will see this plus sign on the screen. Simply drag it. You can drag it, make it very small, or you can make it very large if you want to. That's how to add a test to your screen. Next thing is a button. If you add a button, so simply click it and drag it. Same thing, that's what you're going to be doing, just clicking and dragging. That's why they always refer to a tool like Bubble as a drag and drop builder. Icon, the same thing, that's what you're going to do. You click and you drag. Images, the same thing, you click and you drag. That's an image right there. Don't even think of it, that's an image right there. You can search for free images on the internet like so and just click it. That's an image right there. It's gonna pop up. Yeah, you see, that's an image. For everything here, all you have to do is to just drag and drop it. Everything that you see here, everything, you drag and drop it. When we're dealing with forms, I'm going to show you how this works, especially when we're dealing with database. I'm going to show you how to deal with forms. That's how you will drag in and drop elements on the screen, and this element will then form the basics of your mobile application. So I hope that's fine. Go ahead and check this out and join me in the next lesson. Thank you. So let's explore containers. Containers. They are a way that you group things. So just see containers as a group of things. This is how you will make your app responsive, by putting everything inside a container. That's how majority of the application, of the no-code application build stuff. You put everything in a container. Bubble, it's called a container, and it's called group. In a download, it's called a list. In Flutterflow, it's also called a container. Flutterflow has so many options. There is container, there is list, there is stock, there's so many things. But on Bubble, it's called container, and you have different types of containers. So I'm going to clear this out. I'm going to clear this, and I'm going to show you how a container will work. So, for example, the first container that we're going to try is the group container. The same way you pick the text, the button, the frame, that's the same way you're going to pick the container. So I'm just going to drag it. And one thing that you should know, one thing that you always do is to always name your container. Always name your container. So I'm going to call this top group. Always name your container. It's very important, very important. And one thing that you also know is that your container will inherit the style of the container below it. So this is the container below it, which is the page itself, the index page. This container will inherit this style. So you can see that this style, the layout of this container is feast, but this one is also going to be feast. Even if it's column, it doesn't matter, but on top of this is going to be feast. I just hope that makes sense. So let's say it this way. This particular container, let's give this a test so you see what I'm talking about. I'm going to give it a test. Remove style. I would say flat color, and I'm going to give it a red. But that's too red, right? But let's just give it a 10% red. So it's a bit cool now on the eyes. So this is 10% red. So a container will have different layout style. And we'll talk about XCO later. A container will have different layout style, and under this layout, we can choose between feast, align to parent, a row, and a column. So this is feast, where we said that a container, any child element inside this can actually be anywhere. We can put it anywhere. We can put it anywhere. We can put it anywhere. It's fine. And also, there's something you also have to understand. This itself, the bigger one is called a parent, while this is the child, right? If we add another group, if we take another group and put it on top of here, this is going to be the child of this particular parent. So it just keeps going like that. I'm going to delete that. So if we want this to work really well, to be very responsive, what we want to do first of all is to click on this and say, I'm going to change this into align to parent. So you can see it will align differently. Align to parent have 9 different options. It's either aligning to the right top, aligning to the right center, aligning to the right left, align to the bottom top, bottom center, bottom left. It's just going to align differently. So if I bring it down here, you can see it's aligning here. If I take it this way, you can see it's aligning to the left. So it aligns differently depending on where I put it. Let's make it smaller so you see what I'm talking about. I'm going to make it smaller. Width, I'm going to give it a width of 500. I'm going to give it a height of 500. So you can see this. So what I want to do, if I want to make it go to the top, I'm going to just simply click here and say, hey, let's go. If I want to let it go to the right top, I'm going to click here like this, and it goes here. Middle, it goes here. Left, see? So this is an easy way to do it, but for me, this is not the best way to actually make your app very responsive. We're going to talk about that as we go later. I'm sure there is a part of the course where we get to talk about responsive design, right? Oh, okay. I think this is where we get to talk about responsive design now. Introduction to containers. There is no responsive design here. So let's just talk about it right there. So I'm going to show you how to make all these things responsive. So here we said align to parent, right? So let's do the row. So what this means is that everything is going to stack in a row. So if we duplicate this, you can press Ctrl D, or you can just copy and paste. So you can say Ctrl D, that's going to duplicate. So you can see everything is going on a row. Every child in here in this container is going to keep going as a row. If we duplicate this again, Ctrl D, you can see it takes the next row. If we duplicate this, it takes the next row. And it keeps stretching the container, as it goes. So let's delete this so you see what I'm talking about. So this is the container. This is the mean height of the container is 830, which is cool. But you can also say the mean height of the container is 10,000. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't make any difference. 10,000 doesn't make any difference, except maybe you have a website with a footer, so that has to be sorted out later. And the width of the container has to be very divisible. This is 1080, and if we take our calculator, so I'm going to find a calculator. Where are you? So this is it. If we say 1080 divide by 2, 540 divide by 2, 270 divided by 2, 135 divided by 2. So everything has to be divisible by 2. You just have to be able to divide it by 2, by 2, by 2. So another good figure that you can use again is 1 200. 1 200, see 1 200 divided by 2. Okay, 1 200. 1 200 divide 2. No, that's not correct. 1 2 0 0 divided by 2. 600 divided by 2. 300. So you can use 1 200, you can use 1080, you can use 1 280, you can use 1 280, you can use 1440 if you want to. It's very straightforward, and just divide most of them by 2 to see what you get. 1 280 divide by 2 is gonna, as soon as it gives you something, it gives you a number that is divisible by another 2, then you can actually structure your page that way. So divide by 2, you can divide this by 2 again, by 2, 320. So I would advise that you use 1280 because the smallest screen that you build for, like if you go to the responsive screen, you will see that the smallest screen that you build for is 320. We have 768, we have 992, we have 1200, but you can use 1200, you can use 1280, you can use 1440, but it's still going to be very responsive. So let's go back to this one. So this is our first row. This is our first container. This is our second container. So we're going to give this another color. So I'm going to give this another color to just show you about responsive design. Another color, and I'm going to say 10%. And so this don't forget that this bottom container is a row. And so everything we do, we just keep on going as a row. So if we duplicate this, that's a row. If we duplicate this, that's going to be a row. So I want to just switch this into, switch this. If we duplicate this, so let's make this another color. Just follow me. That's how you make things responsive. That's how you make things responsive. So this is 1 color, 2 color, 3, and 4. So another thing. So next thing we're going to do is to go to our responsive tab and just stretch. So you can see if we go like this, it takes in the next row. It's 120. The other one can fit, so it takes it in. If it cannot fit, so you see it reduces, so it comes. So you can see, just assume that this is a mobile. This is a mobile version of your application. You can see the way it is. This is a tablet version of your application. You can see the way it looks like. This is the mobile. This is the tablet version. This is the. So it just keeps going as you keep increasing your screen. You can see the page size here as you keep going. So this right here is 320. This is what it's going to look like when it's 320. 320. This is what it's going to look like so. So you can see it just keep taking the next element beneath the next elements. And a good way to also do this is to make sure this does not have any width. So this here right here is fixed width. So we take it away, no width. So we not make it fixed. Yeah. We'll not make it fixed. There's no main fixed. There's no main width. This right here would not make it fixed width. We'll take this away. No main width. So if you say fit width to content, it's just going to fit it to the content that is inside of it. That's what it's going to do. So this also, we're just going to say no main width. We're going to say no main width. Say no main width, like so. No main width. So it's going to fit everything inside of it, like so, inside of it, because there's no main width. This one has a main width, right? So we take it away, no main width. So what it's doing is that it's going to distribute the width evenly among all the elements. I know you will have a question. What if I just want 2 of this? What if I just want 1 of this? We're going to talk about that. Then if you go back to your responsive tab, you would see that it doesn't go down anymore, right? It doesn't go down anymore. It just keeps joining together like that. But I'm going to take care of that. Just hold on. So right here, this is a row, and let's see a column. So a column is going to stack everything in between. So you can see the way a column stacks. So it stacks everything in between, one on top of the other. So if we go back to our responsive tab, you can see everything is a column. It doesn't change when nothing changes. Everything is just a column. It just stacks everything in between. So that's how you make things responsive. But let's take it a step further. I'm going to delete all this because I want to take it a step further. So this is a min width of 0. I'm going to give it a height of 600, like so. Remember, this is the group that is inside, and we're going to give it a row. So here it's a column, so everything is going to be stacking. So I like making the first page a column because I want things to stack. And this is the inner page. I'm not going to make it a column. I'm going to make it a row. And inside this inner page, I'm going to give it something called a padding. So a padding is just the distance between the parent element and the child element. So I'm going to give it a padding of 40, 40, 40, 40. Even if you don't understand this, just keep going and you're going to get it. So next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to add another group. So you will see I'm going to add another group, and it doesn't matter. This is going to be a column, which is alright, and I'm going to give it a no width. So it's going to take the width of the parent if I give it no width, and I'm going to come back here and say give it a flat color, which is a white. I'm going to give it a flat color, which is a white, or I can give it a green, 10% green, which is fine. Give it 10% green. And the next thing I'll do here is I'm going to give it some sort of a margin. So margin is going to push it away from the parent container, but you're not going to notice it a lot. You won't notice it until I bring in another element. So I'm going to give it a margin of 20. You're not going to notice it now. Just hold on till I bring in another element. So here I'm going to just duplicate this by hitting Ctrl D. Duplicate this by hitting Ctrl D. And same thing, have a margin, but this time I'm going to change the color. So I'm going to change the color to a black, 10%, some sort of a blue, yeah, 10%. So you can see what we have here. Then when we go to the responsive, see what happened. Nothing happens. Nothing happens because this particular guy has a width, that's why. So we're going to go back here. Mean height is 600. So we take away the mean height, and just make it the height of the container. So we'll come back here again, and it's still not working very well. Still not working like the way we want it to work, but it's overflowing to the bottom, but it's not working the way we want it to work. So let's go back again. So I know you're wondering why this is not still responsive. I mean, we checked it out a few minutes ago. Everything is supposed to fall down, but it's not responsive. That you have to tell it when to break. So I have to tell it when you get to this particular length, I want you to break. When you get to this particular screen, I want you to break. And that's where we have the mean width. So if I click this and I give it a mean width of 280, so this means when you get to 280, I really want you to break. Here, I'm going to give this other group C a mean width of 280. So when you give it a mean width, now you've told it the time to break, and it's going to break that way. So let's go back to our responsive tab again. Let's go back to our responsive tab and break. So you can see when it gets to this particular design, this particular element gets to 280, it's going to break. Because when it gets to the mean width, that's when it breaks. So it's going to break. So you can see when it gets to 280, it's going to break. So you have to tell it, this is when I want you to break. And that's the only way it's going to break. So this is the way you would make a 2-column layout. And then one would sludge onto the other. And one would go to the bottom of the other. And if you also are doing something that has to do with, responsive design, you can say you want this to make last. So if you make this last, so you can see make this last, or you can make this last. But you can actually do this that when it's on mobile, you want to show the one first and you want to show the other one again. So you do this based on conditions, and that's basically the way you likely do this. So you have this, and that's what responsive design is all about. If you go ahead and preview this, and you can see the way it looks like right there. And if we use a mobile screen, we click on the inspect, and we can say responsive tab, and then we can just drag. You can see that this is coming along pretty good. If we click on responsive tab and we click on, let's take it backwards a little bit. This is coming on well. That's how you would That's how you will make things work for yourself. So we see this is at the top, this is at the bottom, and it's responding well. But we'll put all this together when we're creating our own application. So I hope that you know how to do this now, and this is working better for you. If you have a question, leave it in the bottom, leave it down below, and I'll be able to answer you. Don't forget, not everything is going to be like this. Some of these things you have to use conditioners to actually make it work. So most of the time you're going to be reciting stuff based on conditions. You're not going to be using with so you're going to say, if this thing is on mobile, I'm going to do it this way. If the screen is this wide, I'm going to do it this way. If it's this big, I'm going to do it this way. So that's how you're going to be doing it most of the time. But just go ahead and practice this, work on this, and let me know what you think in the comment section below. See, on the responsive design, I really want you to understand this, and I really want you to get it the way it works. So I know the last time we talked about setting mean height and mean width. But if we click on this inner column, if we click on this inner column, you can actually see a few things here. That this is a row, and if we turn it into a column, it falls beneath. And we turn it back into a row, it's like this. And you can see here, it is aligned to the left. You can align things to the middle, but it wouldn't make any difference because we've already said this is spaced equally. If we align it like this, it doesn't make any difference. If we align it this way, it doesn't make any difference. The reason why it's not making any difference is because of this. Because we're saying that there is no fit width, there is no fixed width, and we're only giving it a main width. That's the only reason why it's like this. And you can see it's vertical to the top. Container element, it's vertical to the top. So you can put this in the middle, but it's not going to make any sense right now. But let me show you how it's going to make sense. So for example, if I put a button in the middle of this. So this is a button and it's aligned to the left right now. This right here, it's a button, it's aligned to the left. So the reason why this is aligned to the left is because of the container. So if I click on this and go to the layout, you can see it's aligned to the left, to the bottom, to the middle, and then we can align it to the other side because it's a column. And if I click the middle, you can see we can tell where the child element should go to. If we want it to go to the top, it will go to the top. If we want it to stay in the middle, it stays in the middle. If we want it to stay here, it stays at the bottom. If we want it to space evenly, this is if we have more than 2 buttons on this page. If I duplicate this and I have another button, it's going to space those buttons evenly. So if I have this, I'm still clicking the inner column, the group B. If I have this, then it's going to be on top and below. If I have this, it's just going to be on top of each other. If I have this, it's going to be, everything is going to go to the top. If I have this, then it's going to be in the middle. Then this vertical alignment, don't worry about vertical alignment, just worry about the container alignment, just like that. You don't have to worry about any of this. So you can see, so if you're doing something that you didn't want to be stuck on top and you don't want to be stuck in the middle, then this is what you want to use. And if you're doing something that you want each one to be stuck on top, this is what you want to do. Both, you're going to have to do something. Either you give it a padding, give each of them a margin, or you give it a container spacing. So if I put this here and I say container spacing, apply spacing, gap spacing, and I put like a 20, you would see it automatically have a spacing. And if I put another element inside, it's going to have a spacing. If I put another one inside, it's going to have the same spacing. That's the way it's going to be. And then I can then bring it back to the middle, just like that. And then if I change this and say this is going to be an align to parent, you can see the way it looks like. This itself is aligning to the top. I can align it to the side. This I can align it to the left hand side. This I can align it to the right hand side, just like that. So there are different ways you can actually align stuff. But remember, when you're dealing with responsive design, understand that the responsiveness of the child really depends on the parent. If the parent is not responsive, the child will not be responsive. If the parent is responsive, then the child will be responsive. And also you can set width. So this is a button with a width of 300 and 300 and with a height of mean height of 122. Normally a button width will go like 45. That's where to go to, and the height will just be, it will not be a fixed height. It's still like this, just like so. That's the way it will stay. This is the way you would fix a button, just like so. And then for the button, you would likely put it inside a row container, and the button would stay in the middle of the row container. But if you're not putting it inside another row container, what you would just do is to give it a min width of say 100, and then, or you can just give it a min width, give it a width of 100, like so, width of 100. That's and here you can say save, like so. That works too. That works, but if you don't want to give it a width, and you'll be like, maybe I'm going to be putting my call to action dynamically. So what you can do is to leave it like that, leave the min width like this, and say fit width to content. So if you fit width to content, it's going to take what's inside, the width of what's inside the content. So right now this is save, and this could be click here to close, and it's going to take the content. It's just going to expand to actually fit the content that's inside. So I think that's fine. So let's make this let's make this a row. Let's make this a row and do some magic with it. So let's say this is a column. This is a column, and then if we add a row to it, we're gonna have like this. So this can be such like this can be so useful if you're creating something that has to do with if you're creating some sort of a gallery. If you're creating some sort of a gallery, you can see what I'm saying. You could put a group inside another group, and it works very well. So if you're putting a group inside another group, so we have one group, and we can put another, we can put another. So if you're creating something that has to do with a gallery, you can put a group inside a group. And then if you want to space out all this group, all you have to do is to just put a gap spacing like I taught you before. Put a column gap spacing like I told you before, and you'll be able to space everything inside. This is a column, so this is going to split all the column, and then you can put a row gap spacing like so, and it's going to split all the rows. So there are two different types of gap spacing. There's the row gap spacing and the column gap spacing. Column gap spacing is going to split everything in two among vertical lines. Horizontal gap spacing is going to split everything in two along horizontal lines. So I think that's basically what you find here. So that's basically what you find here. And I think if you know how to do this, your responsive design for you is as good as good. So we have another. So this is just an introduction to container. We're going to talk about a few lists when we get there. There's another type of container before I round up this lesson. There are other type of containers that you can do. There is repeating group. Repeating group just help you to display things differently. Just help you to display a lot of things over and over and over again. So I'm going to show you how that works when we're doing repeating groups. Say for example, people are imputing, you have 1,000 recipes and you want to display them. You can't display all of them in a column. You're going to have to display them in a repeating group, and I'm going to show you how that works. And also there are other container types. There's this one called a pop-up. This is called a pop-up. You know, when you can use this to do for notifications. You can use this. Normally, that's what you use the pop-up for. Notifications to tell your user, hey, you've done it well. Hey, click here to go here. So that's basically what you use it for. And there's another one that you're going to be using all the time. So I'm going to take this away. I'm going to take this one away, like so. This is called a floating group. So a floating group are those groups that are just there. I mean, it's just there and you can't do anything about it. You use it majorly for a main nav, use it for a side nav. It's just other elements can go beneath it, but it's just going to be there. So if we're doing a floating group like this, we will see more of this when we're creating menus. If you're doing a floating group, we know this is going to be on top, and this is above all the elements. You can say below the element or above the page, but we'll leave it above the page. And for this, we'll say row, which is fine. For width, we would say take all the width of the page. No min width, that's fine. For height, we just give it some sort of a height of 100. Give it a height of 100, and then you can give it a color. We can give it a color and make it a color blue. Okay, we'll make it a color black, that's fine. Give it 10. Give it 10, which is fine, like so. And then this is just going to serve as your menu. And what I would normally do is to give it a whole lot of padding. So I would normally give like 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Give it a whole lot of padding so that elements inside can be padded Give it 40 if you want to. So this is where you put all your menus, and then you can start building and put a group at the bottom of it. So the group is going to override what's on top, which is not good. So you see this group? This group is likely going to be a column, definitely, and then it's not going to be a fixed width, it's going to be everywhere. So this mean width is going to be everywhere, which is okay. So we're going to give it a color. It's going to give it a color. I'm going to call this black. So you can see that this width is overriding what's on top. And don't forget that you have a floating group, this one. This floating group has a height of 10. Then this group, what you're going to do is that you're going to give it a margin of 100. So it has a height of 100. You're going to give it a margin of 100. So it's going to start from 100. So to give it a little padding, so you can make it start from 104, and so you can make it start from 102, because Bubble is going to take a tiny percent of padding. Make it start from 102, like so. And then we can come back here and say min height, no min height. Give it all the height there is, no min height, just like that. So if we preview this, you'll see what's going to happen. So you can see this is right here. This here does not move. It doesn't move whatsoever. It's just going to stay stagnant. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not changing. It's just going to stay stagnant. But if you have a very long content, this guy is going to stay under it. This is going to stay under it. So that's the way you do it. If you are doing it on the side, you would give it a negative margin. If you're doing it on the side, you give it a negative margin. Sorry, no. If you're doing it on the side, if this particular okay, let's try to do that. So let's put a floating group on the side. So put a floating group on the side like this. It's going to be a column. So we're going to give it a width of 100. Yeah, 100, and we're going to give it a height of 700. So fixed width, yes. Fit height of content, no. And then on top of it, we're going to come here and give it a margin top. So this is 100 margin top. The same margin top we're giving to the first one. We're going to give it here, right here. And then we need this. So we need this one. So this one is just, this particular group is just there. It's covering the other floating group. So this is where you're going to give it make it float the other way. So you can see you're making it float the other way. That's basically how you do it. So I'm just going to turn this one to white color, which is fine. So if we go back now and we'll go ahead and refresh, so you should have a menu. You should have a dashboard menu that is proper. So you can see this particular one can move under the other one. So if you scroll, you can see it just moves beneath the other one. And if you're scrolling sideways, it's just going. This doesn't go anywhere. This doesn't go anywhere. This doesn't go anywhere. And if you're putting something there, so I'm doing this so that you'll be able to understand this a whole lot. If you're putting something here, and this is going to be like your logo and all that. So let's say that's your logo, and that's a. So I'm not inputting anything. So let's add a text to it. So let's say this is your logo. That's your logo. And what am I doing? So no, I'm going to add a text. I want to add a text to it, not a logo. So I'm going to add a text to it. So this is what I'm adding. So this is your text, and this is your logo, and this is going to be some sort of a H4, which is fine. So that's a H4, and I'm going to put it in the middle. So that's a H4. I'm going to give it no height, no min height. Put it in the middle, and then I'm going to just duplicate this. So put it here, and this is your menu. This is your menu, and I'm going to give it padding of 80 top. So this right here is fine. So let's see what happens when you load. So you can see right there, my Loom link is covering it, but what you have here is your menu, and what you have here is your logo. That's basically what you have over here. So you can see this is your logo, and this is your This is your menu. That's where you create a menu item using a floating group, and that's the way you would create a left item using a floating group. So I hope you've learned a lot about containers. If you have a question, leave it in the comment section below. If you have if you have thoughts, leave it in the comment section below if you're watching this on YouTube. Thank you. Yeah, let's talk about creating style guide. Now this is where we are right now, creating style guides. You can't really have a wonderful application without styles and without colors. There are tons of fonts that you can use, but almost any good font can work, like the sans serif, Teoma, Arial. They would work, Avida, and the rest. But you just need to keep your style consistent. That's all you have to do. Keep your style very consistent, and you'll be able to make you'll just be able to make sense, irrespective of the font that you actually make use of. Bubble have tons of fonts. You can also upload your own fonts if you want to. There's tons of fonts that you can use, and you can upload yours. So let's start with creating styles for your font. So let's just go to Google and say font style generator. So these are easy things that you can really search for. Font style generator, font space, you can really search for all these things, and you will see if it works for you or not. Since you're in the no-code space, you're really looking for an easy way to actually achieve hard things without really breaking the bank. So you can search for all this with all these funny queries, and hopefully you will get some queries back, and you'll be able to figure out how to create styles for yourself. So there are tons of font styles here, but I really don't want you to use them. But I just want to tell you that all you have to do to generate stuff is just be pretty inquisitive, and that's all. So normally in your application, the kind of fonts you normally generate will be your body fonts, will be your heading fonts, your subtitle fonts, and your small title fonts, your button fonts. Those are the fonts that you likely generate, but you won't be using it. You won't be doing so much. For example, let's just look at any website. Let's look at the BBC. So let's look at the BBC football website. You will see that they are using very similar fonts, but the only thing is that the fonts are very consistent. Their heading font is consistent, the body font is consistent, and every font they're using on the website is very consistent. So you can see right here, this font is their heading font, the article heading font, and it's very consistent, and this is the body font. This is another font. This is the subtitle font. This is bigger, this is smaller. And when you go forward, you will see that these are smaller fonts similar to this other font over here. So you can see we have similar fonts, just like that. And then we keep scrolling. This is another font, similar font to this other one, but a bit lighter, because that's the font width. So the more the width is, the less thick the font becomes. And we can see another font right here, which is very similar to the one we have on top right here. So you can see different fonts to do different things. And you can see the font to these links, they're smaller than this other one. The number of fonts you would need you require in your applications is very few, but you just need it to be very consistent. That's it. So let's go ahead and create our font page right now. So this is what we'll do. We'll add a new page and we'll call it style guide. That's what we'll do, and we'll say create. We'll call it style guide, we say create, just make it a color, that's fine. You don't have, you can leave it like a width of 8,000, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. And then we will take this, pull this right here, pull this right there, and we will, just take this, put it right here. This right here, let us make everything come to the middle. Oh, if we make everything come to the middle, it's not going to be nice. Okay, let's make everything on top. That'll be fine. Make everything on top, and so let's take this away. Just add a group inside of it. Just add a group container inside of it. Give everything a padding of 340. So give everything a padding of 40, 40, 40. And that's fine, and I'm just going to give it some color. So this is going to be a color muscle, I'm going to give it some color. I'm going to give it a color of red, 10%. So that's fine. So this we can expand it as we go. This is just 700 now. We can make it 1500 in height. That's easy. That's cool. So next, what we want to do, let's put in a test. Let's put in a test, and this is a test right there. And inside this group, oh, I think we're supposed to give it a padding bottom. Right? Let's just give it a padding inside, so it doesn't drag to the edge all the time. So in here, we're going to say heading 1. It's heading 1, and we're going to no height. It's going to be non-width, no fixed width, like this. No height, no fixed width. So that's heading 1. And then what do we want? What font name do we want to choose? So we can do well to change a whole lot. But what we can do is that we can come here, say this is going to be a heading 1, yeah? Edit style. So when we edit style, we are able to figure out what type of font we want to use. So this is an open sans font, and we can check out lots of all this font. Lots of all these fonts. We can say MS. We can look for any of these fonts. We can there are some fonts that I like to use. I like to use some Google fonts. Sans is definitely one of my best fonts. You can use Ubuntu. You can use Lato. So I also like to use Lato also because it's very readable and very cool. So I'm just going to choose Lato this time. And here you can choose how big you want it to be. So if you want it to be 40, you can put it 40px, and you can also choose the font color. So if you want the font color to be a black, like a re black, you can choose a re black, and you can say I want it to be bold. That's fine. So the goal here is not to just get everything like that. The goal here is to experiment. That's the goal here. It's to just experiment and see what works for you, and if it works for you, that's fine. So this is 40. So we're just going to go down we're going to minus 4px from each of the fonts as we go down. So we're just going to say minus 4. So this is 40. H2 is going to be 36. H3 is going to be 32. We just keep minusing until we get down. Or we can do a negative of 6, which is fine. So let's go. This is H1, and let's duplicate this. This is H2. So we're just going to. So this is H1. Let's give it a margin bottom of 10. That's fine. No, I'm gonna give it a margin bottom, not margin left. Margin bottom of 10. Margin bottom of 10. That's fine. So this is gonna be our H2. So we turn this to our H2 test. And we're gonna say H2, and then we will edit style. Same thing, we will come back here and we'll just give it a Lato font, which is fine. And then we will come back here and give it a semi-bold of 600. And then we will come back here and give it a negative or 4, which is fine. We'll give it a 36, and that's going to be applied just like that. So here we'll do a duplicate. This is going to be our H3. So this is going to be our H3. I'm not going to go so further. This is going to be our H3, and then it's going to be our H3, and then I'll edit style and turn it into a Lato font, and I'm going to make it 24. So that's cool. And the color, I can make it black, which is fine. So that's our H3. And there is also something that you can do for, there's something that you can do this page for XCO, but we'll talk about that later. But let's just keep going. So let's duplicate this. So this is going to be our body font. So our body font, we will choose this and say this is going to be our body, like so. Edit. So I like to make my body 18. So let's go Lato. That's it. I'm going to turn it to 18, which is fine. So your body can be 17, it can be 14. So you can make it 14, you can make it 17, or you can make it 18. So just make it 18. If we check it out and it's not great, we will change it. So body, normally regular, that's fine, that's fine. So we will do, this will be, we'll do duplicate. This is going to be for our This is going to be for our body large. It's going to be for our body large. We'll edit. So body large will be 16. Body large will be like 20 px. So we can leave it at 20. Don't forget, none of these things are written in stone. So we can just always, we can always, change this to make sense. So we can do, this is body large. Then we'll click this, duplicate, and we just do this last one. We just do the last one, and this is going to be our subtitle. It's going to be our section title. This is going to be like edit, and we have 25 px already. We can push it down to 24. You can see this is our lateral. This is lateral, and this is going to be 600. So that's fine. And then another thing that we want to do, we want to style our button. So this is our button. So if you want your button to always have this white, it's fine. But you can style your button, and we would say edit. We would put it lateral. That's fine. Lateral, and then the text, you can increase it to 18. You can just change anything you want to change, and that's fine. And this slide guide, this is what you're going to use the rest of your application, everywhere in your application. The other things you can start your containers, you can start your background colors, you can start a lot of stuff. Then let's just move on to the other one. I don't want us to spend so much time here. Let's move on to colors. So there are several sites where you can generate your own color palettes. So one of them is coolors.co, and we can start. So don't use too many colors in your application. One single color is fine. Just use a variation of one single color, and it's going to be really awesome for you. So for example, you can view shades of this particular color, or you can view shades of this color. These are shades of this color. We could say these are shades of this color, like so. And any color that you find, you can either copy the hash value, or you can just lock it on the screen like this. You can lock it on the screen like this, and here you can also view shades of this color. You can view shades of this color, different color, you can view shades. But one place that I like is that here you can find very wonderful color. Use one single color for all your applications, and you really have no issue with it. I think an example that there's a particular application that I worked on. I think you'll be able to. So I'm going to open it up in a new tab. You'll be able to see that it's just a single shade. It's just a single shade, and where's it again? So I think it's this one. So I like it because it's a single shade, it's a single color, and every other thing just revolves around it. So it's black, it's just black and another color, and everything revolves around it. So let me go again and preview this. So you can see this is just a single color application. Not too many color, nothing is shouting, everything looks great. We're using a single color. I still have some adjustments to make here, but you can see that everything is just one single color. So I'd say, as a no-code guy who is not really into colors, using a single application will do you a lot of good. A single color, sorry, will do you a lot of good. So another place where you find awesome colors, it's on Canva, using the Canva color wheel. There are different type of colors. You could use the monochromatic, you could use the analogous, so you could use the triadic. So monochromatic color is just one single color in there. It's just one single color in a color wheel. Analogous color is color that are lying, three colors that are lying side in the color wheel. There is triadic. You can just watch this and you see the way it is. So just watch this. So you see they are opposite. So there are three colors that are opposite each other. 1, 2, 3. You can see like tetrahedric is just 4 colors. 1, 2, 3, 4. Monochromatic is one single color. So for me, I like it when you kind of choose one single color, and you can read off about color based on the industry that you are. Tech colors, like they use blue because it's welcoming. Green color, those persons who are doing something that has to do with agriculture use green a lot. Health. Agriculture use green a lot. Health, they use blue, white. So there is black. Some industry use black to show royalty and the rest. All these colors can really work for you depending on what you are creating. So for example, you can use a color like this. This looks really beautiful. You can use a color like this. Just pick it. Okay, so you can use that color. Choose the color. Okay, I think that's gone already. So let's look for something else. So we can just pick a monochromatic of this color and choose this color. Then we can come back here. So I'm going to relay this. Then we can come back right there. Come back to our styles. I'm looking for it, trying to click this. So come back to our style. So we'll say style variable, and we'll say our primary colors for buttons. So this is what you want to change first. Your primary colors for your buttons, like so. So that's, oh, sorry. This is going to be your primary colors for your buttons. So the reason why I like when you set styles is because it's going to override every other part of your application. So if your primary color for buttons is that way, it's just going to override it. So you can see your color has changed to something else. And then you can also come back here. You can also come back here. Your primary color, the color that's inside your button, it's so let's preview this so that we don't talk too much. So this color right here is white, so you can override it. So this is the white you're seeing here. This is the white you're seeing here. You can override it, make it black. If you come back here and refresh, you can see that this particular color is going to be black. So I like it when it's white, so it goes well together. Both colors go well together. And this is your surface background color. This is your text, your static text color, which is white. So you can make this black, which is fine. And this is your background color, it's white. So a lot of time, I really don't like using the white itself. I like using a dark shade. I like using a lighter shade of black or gray. So it just brings out that, it just makes it a whole lot better. Just make it pop a whole lot. So these are some of the things that you're going to be checking out. So I really don't change these colors because red it's danger, green it's gold, this it's waiting. These are colors that you normally use every time. So that's the way basically I will set my colors, and I will make it repetitive. But one thing that I always tell you is that these things are not written in stone. You can always change them as you go. So I'll see you in the next class. I'll see you in the next lesson, where we're going to talk about managing data. I think this is where it gets really exciting, where you start managing data, adding data to your application, and yeah, you just keep going from there. Thank you. I'll see you in the next. Now we want to get to the juicy part of it, where we get to see how we can read data, how we can update data, and how we can, how we can read, how we can update data, and how we can do a whole lot more with data. So let's see how this works. So I hope you were able to create your own style guide. So this is my style guide. You can see my heading, my history, my body large, and my subtitle. So this is supposed to be a subtitle, but and this is my button. So let's go ahead and create data. So like I said, data is the foundation, like it's the building block of every application that you ever see in the whole wide world. You are either storing data on your Bubble database, or you're using an API. If you want to use an API, that's a different course entirely. But our focus here is how you can send data to Bubble and how you can also retrieve those data in Bubble. So let's do the same thing. So the first thing you will have to do is to create a data type. So one good thing I like about Bubble is that you have privacy rules applied to everything. So this is a privacy rules, and if I'm a user, if I'm logged into my own application, then I can view all my feeds, I can view all attached feeds, I can allow something called auto binding, but it's fine. And everyone else can see what. What can everyone else see? Can they see modified dates, log, email, social networks, and the rest? So this is a way that you will keep people from seeing data that they are not supposed to see. But let's just forget about that for now. Let's go ahead and create a data. Let's just go ahead and create this data called recipe. So I'm just going to create this data called recipes because we're going to be using an app called recipe as we go. Under the recipe application, I'm going to just create a new feed. So we have the data type, which we've created, and inside the data type, they have feeds. So I'm going to create a new feed called name. And here we have different feed types. A field type can be a text, can be a number, it can be a range, can be a date, can be a date range, it can be a date interval, it can be a yes or a no, a boolean. That's what it's normally called. It can be a file, it could be an image, it could be an address. It could also be a feed of itself, which is recipe. So a recipe can also be a recipe. But for the basics, let's just forget about that right now, and we're just going to call it a test, which is fine. And then we also need to have an image. So a recipe will have an image like so, and then we'll have this. There's some feeds that you don't need to add that Bubble gives you immediately. So these are like the created date feed and the modified date feed. This is something that Bubble gives you normally, and you don't have to think about that. So another thing that we might have to need to add, we might want to add description. Bound to add description like so, and guess what, this is going to be a test feed like so. And here we might want to add cost. And what's the cost going to be? It's going to be a number. That's what the cost is going to be. And then we want to add relationship. So relationship is the way you connect one feed to another feed. That's what relationship is. Is maybe you want to say one user can have many recipe, and a recipe can belong to one user, right? You see, one user can have many recipe, and the recipe belongs to one user. You can do it from both data type. So if from the user, you can also say recipe. So you can come here and say recipe, and then you would say this. You would say recipe feed type, and then you will click this. So what this means is that one user can have plenty recipe, yeah, and this is going to work also. Or we can come right here, come back to recipe, and link into the user. So we'll say user, or we'll say created by, and we'll then say user. So one user can have one recipe over here. So we say created by user. So that means every time a recipe is created, it's added to a user. Every time a recipe is created, is associated with a user. But if we want to do it through this place, it's going to be many. So this is one recipe belongs to one user. But if we come back to this user side, we would say recipe, and then we will say recipe, and then we would click this, we will say user. So once you look at it, you can see how this one says list of recipe, and then we come here, it says user. You can see it will say user, see created by user. So if you're doing this, there's no need for you to create this anymore, because Bubble already says creator. So this is a built-in feature, who creates everything. So you can simply go ahead and delete this. So you really don't need this in your application. Neither do you really need this in your application either. So this is cool when you're creating an application that has maybe a team. So if you have a team, maybe each recipe is produced by a particular team and each user belongs to a team. So this could be a team, and then you go ahead and create a field called a team name, like so, and that team name will be a string. Then this team will then contain user. So a user can only belong to one team, and a team can have many users. So a team can have many users, and the user belongs to one team. So this user will then be like this. So user belongs to one team. So this is going to be like this. A user can have one, sorry, not like that. Forgive me. A user, this is going to be a user, and it's just going to be a user. So see it again. A user can have one team, and a team can have multiple users. That's it. So this is just going to be a user like this. So it's going to be a user. So how many user belongs to this team? Then if we go back to this place, if we go back to the user can belong to one team. So we could just say a user associated with a team, and then if we come back here as a team, we would say a team can have. I think I'm messing this up. A team can have multiple users, and the users can have one team. So this is going to be a list of users that belongs to a particular team. So let's leave that. Let's delete this. And so now we've created a recipe. We have the cost, we have description, we have image, we have name, and also one other thing that we can have link to purchase. So if we think that users are going to be leaving our application, so we can link them out of this place, and we can tell them to go purchase it somewhere else. So we can say link to purchase, and this is going to be a test. So which is fine. So now that we've created this, how do we add data? There are several ways to add data in your bubble application. The easiest way to do so is to just input the data yourself, and you can do bulk upload. You can do bulk upload if you are in one of the paid plans. So that means you can use a spreadsheet to put the data into your application. It's fine, but if you don't want to, if you're not with the paid plan right now, you can just use the entry. You add cost, you add description, you add upload the image, link, and you add the name. But this is not the way we want to be able to do it. We want our users to be able to create data, read data, delete data, and update data. That's what we want to do in this place, in this part of the tutorial. So let's go ahead and create another page. Let's go back to our index page. Now let's create another page. We would say data manipulation. This is such a weird name to give to something, but I'm going to give it anyway. Data manipulation, and we'll say create. And don't forget, it's cool to just it's super cool to actually turn the layout to column and just give it something. Let's just give it 900, which is fine. And then the first thing we want to be able to create recipe. And if you're creating a recipe, how do you do so? You do so through a form. That's the way you do it. And how do you put a form? So first of all, we'll put a group over here. We'll put a group here. So the group is going to the wall. I'm pretty sure you know why, because this is a column, and so it's going to the wall. So let's make this a row. It's still going to go to the wall, but we'll put it in the middle. Then if we click the row here, we'll put it in the middle also. It's not going to go to the wall anymore. So right here, let's go here. Let's make this a column. Put it in the middle. Everything is going to be in the middle, and then we're going to give it a padding of 20. I love padding because I don't like things going to the wall all the time. And guess what we're going to add? We're going to add another group inside of it. So I'm going to show you two ways you can add groups. One of them is to just add it here like so. Add it here, add it inside this group. Okay, let's take this one away. This is a group. Let's give this group let's remove this. Let's give it a border. Let's give it a border. Let's just give it a 5 shadow. Don't worry. So let's add a group inside this group. So not a repeating group. So we're going to add a group inside this group. So you see this is the group. We have it inside this group. And then let's click on this one, remove style again, and we're just going to give it a flat color, and let's just make it a primary color. Give it a 10, and that's fine. So you can see it's in the middle right here. So let's take it to the top. To take it to the top, we're going to click on the inner column and just push top. That's all. And this, we're going to come back here and give it a row. Yes, we'll give it a row. I'll tell you why we're giving it a row. I'm going to show you different ways you can actually create the form, make it beautiful. That's a row, and then I'm going to say no fixed width, so it's going to go all the way to the end. It's going to go all the way to the end. And then for this, I'm just going to say 60, which is cool. And then for the margin bottom, you're going to say 20. So what you have to do is to create one. When you create one, you'll be able to create the other ones. You just simply duplicate. That's all you have to do. So let's make this 80. Just focus on creating just one of it. And once you create that one, the others will be easy peasy. So I'm going to give this a padding in between. So that's it. And what are we going to do next? We're going to do an input. So type input, and just put it here. So you can see this is going to be our test input. And when we give our test input, this is going to be name. It's going to be our recipe name, and then we give it a width. We'll give it a width of, let's say 300 for now. And we'll give it a height of 45. Give it a height of 45, and we'll put everything in the middle, which is cool. And then next we're going to add a test to it. So I know why I'm adding a test on the side, but just watch me. I'm going to add a test to it. And I'm going to say input name. I'm going to say recipe name. So you can see we have recipe and we have recipe name and there's no space. Remember that column gap, that gap spacing we talked about, right? So that's this where we're going to do it. Well, so you can see we have, you don't have to give it a row spacing, it's fine. So you can see we're giving it a gap spacing. Can you see it? We have one here and we have one here. There's something wrong with this test. So if you click on this test, we come back here to appearance, remove the body style. What we want to do, we want to center it vertically. Can you see it? We want to center it vertically. But the reason why it's not centered is because we have a mean height. So if we take the mean height away, it's going to center just by itself. And then we will prefix it. So this is going to be, we say make first. See what we did? We say make last, it goes last. We say make first, and then it goes first. So we can see we have the name of the recipe and we have the recipe. So now that you're done with fixing one, the next thing you have to do is to say Ctrl D, which just duplicates it. So you can see it just duplicates it, and then we will come here, put a gap spacing of say 20, gap spacing of 20, and that's it. And there's another way we can do this. So let's just go ahead and turn this thing into a column. So you can see like so, one is on top and the other one is below. Then we'll just make first. So turn this into a column again. Turn this into a column and just bring it to, yeah, so we have, this is the column, and then this is where we'll give it a column spacing. This is where click in here. So we're clicking in here and we'll just give it a row gap. Give it a row gap of 10, I think that's fine. So we can see what we're doing. We have this is, oh, this is supposed to be a row, not a column. So this is a row, not a column. We'll take this, make first. So I'm just showing you the two styles. This is one style, it's just a row type. This is a column type. This, you would normally find both of these styles on various, you normally find both of these styles on the internet, on various websites that you visit. So next thing we're going to do, we'll just make it no color, and that's what we have to do. So you can leave a comment below to tell me which of them you really prefer during this lesson. Do you prefer this one or do you prefer this one? So next thing we're going to do is that I'm going to just duplicate this. So duplicate this. Remember, there's going to be an image, right? There's going to be an image for this. For an image to come, so we're going to add an uploader. So we're going to add a picture uploader. This one. See, it's a picture uploader. So we can make the picture uploader wide, or we can make it small. So I'm just going to make it very, very tiny so we can fit it in. So I'm going to say 30. So I'm going to fit it in. So this image uploader, I'm going to take it, I'm going to delete it. I'll delete this one, and I'm going to turn the image uploader into 50. I'm going to make it 200. So this is an image uploader. So I'm going to say upload recipe image. So don't forget we have another one, and that is called the price. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to bring this to the bottom, and I'm going to say price, and I'm going to call this price. So if you notice one thing, you will see that this is a test, recipe name is a test, and this is going to be recipe description. So I'm making it a bit slow so we can get everything. So this is the recipe image. This is a recipe image, slow and steady, always win the race, and this is the price. So another thing that we have to do is that we'll see that if we click on this, you see this is the content format, it's a test, which is cool. If we click on this, we say this is the content format and it's a test. If we click on this, we say it's an image, nothing to do. If we click on this, we want to change this into a number, an integer. We want to turn this into a number and an integer. So if you think that a recipe should cost minimum of $5, so you can say the minimum you can add here is $5. And if you say the maximum value of recipe is $200 US, so the minimum you can add here is $200. So it doesn't have to just be dollars. It could be your own currency. It could be any currency of your choosing, and the minimum would just be like so. So now that you've created this form, how then do you add stuff? How then do you add stuff? What do you click? So that's where the button comes in. So we can click on the button here like so. I like my button to be 45, which is cool. I like my button to be 45, and I like it to not have a fixed width. So I'm going to have a fixed width. The way we can do this is to put a roll inside, but I'm just going to give it a 200 fixed width. That's fine. 200 fixed width, or like I said before, you're just going to give it fit width to content. Fit width to content, and then you can. So with fit width to content, click on the button. You can put it in the middle. You can put it there, or we can just make it wide. So I'm just going to put it. I'm going to put it. Make it wide like that. Okay, let's just make it like this, and we'll say create recipe. Yeah, so this is how we will create recipe in our application. So that's create recipe. So let's do it again, create recipe. This is how we will fix the screen to create recipe. And let's see how it's going to look like when we preview it. Let's preview, like drum roll, this is the time we've been waiting for. So you can see we can type, you can see we can type, you can see we can upload. So you can see we're trying to upload an element. That's my picture. And here is the price. Here is the price, like so. So you can see we have our name. So we have name, we have description, and we have price. But one thing that we don't have here is that when we click on the create recipe, nothing happened. And we want something to happen. So let's go back. Right here, let's just, let's make it very uniform. Let's make it uniform. Layout, let's make it column. Let's click this and just make first. Click on this and give it a gap of 20, and that's fine. So when we click on this, we'll go to appearance and we'll say start or edit workflow. So this is the exciting part of Bubble. Here, we'll say, what do you want to do? This is where we create. Remember, one thing that we want to do is our ability to create. So we'll click this and we'll say navigation. We'll say data things. We'll say create a new thing. So we'll say, what new thing do you want to create? I want to create a recipe. And it's going to create, I want to create a recipe. And then I'm going to add all the feeds. So I'm just going to add all the feeds. And this is one thing I also want to tell you. If we go back to design, if you click on this, you would see everything is impute name, which is not cool. So here is going to be name, impute name. Here is going to be impute description. So it is super good that you get to add description to all this. This is going to be recipe image. This is going to be recipe price. The reason why you're tagging them is you might be using similar names in other things, and it's not going to go well for you if you keep in that recipe price. Why do I spell recipe? So recipe price, and let's go back to our workflow, and the cost is the input price, recipe price, value. So yeah, recipe price value. Let's go back. I spelled something wrong. So this is supposed to be recipe name, not price. Recipe name. So let's go back to our workflow. So recipe price value. Description is going to be input description value. Image is going to be recipe image value. Link to purchase. There's no link yet. Name is going to be recipe name value. So I think we missed something. We didn't say link to purchase. So let's just duplicate this, Ctrl D. We'll call this link to purchase. Then here, we'll just call it purchase link. Purchase link, and that's it. So let's go back to our workflow, add a new set. We call this link to purchase. And then we would say purchase link visit, purchase. Okay, I think this is wrong. Let's go back again and see. This is, recipe link to purchase. That's what it's supposed to be. So purchase. Recipe link to purchase, and we'll go back again, click on our workflow, click on this, and it's going to be recipe link to purchase that. Now that we have done that, we then have to reset the input so that we can input more. Let's go ahead and refresh this. It's going to refresh this. Getting too long, so we'll say recipe name will be so there is this thing here called Ghana Jollof. Recipe description is going to be, I don't know how that's going to be, but I'm going to look for some lorem ipsum and just put in there. Writing the description can be boring sometimes, so I'm going to put it there. Ctrl C. I'm going back here and just put it. Then my image, I'm going to my course image. Then my price, it's going to be 200, and my price is going to be 200. Link to description, I'm just going to link it to lorem ipsum and say paste and say okay. I'm linking it here. Ctrl C. I'm going to paste it here. Why is it not pasting? Okay, let's do this again. Let's do a copy. Let's do a paste. Why? Okay, let's just say, I do not know why it's not copying. Why is it not? Okay, nothing is getting. Oh, it's not copying because it's a number. It only accepts a number. So see it here. It's gonna only accept an integer. So let's turn it into a test instead. So let's turn it into a test instead. Let's turn it into a test. So let's go back to our workflow. Click here, link to description. It's going to be linked to purchase value. That's fine. Let's go back here and say recipe name. I'm sticking with my Ghana Jollof. Ghana Jollof. Let's say our description is our lorem ipsum, like so, that we copied before now. I'm going back. Oh, no. Link to purchase here. So we're just going to copy this one. Copy. Come back here. Paste. Our image is going to be similar. And our price, I'm going to say 300, and I'm going to say create recipe. So I'm going to say create recipe. So the recipe itself has been created. If I go back to our data, I should see that the recipe has been created. So our recipe has been created. So we can see 1, 2. I think maybe there was a bit of a lag between the data. So if I click it again, you can see it keeps on creating the recipe. It keeps on creating the recipe 1, 2, 3. Why? Because the data have not been reset. There's no reset. So what you do is that you come back here and say reset. Once a recipe has been created, reset relevant input. That's all. So you come back here again, then you have to refresh. When we refresh, and we would say Nigeria Jollof this time. Nigeria Jollof this time, we would say our description is like this. We would say our image. We'll pick an image of I don't have an image of a food right there, but I'm going to download when we're doing the project. And I'm going to say 400. Then the link. We'll look for the link right there. We'll say link. Paste. And we'll say create. If it creates the recipe, let's go back to our data. So I think it's a bit slow. I don't know why. Maybe it's my network that it's slow. But when we create the recipe, we're going to see this old data, this entire data go away once we do so. So I'm going to try doing it again. So I'm clicking, it's not coming up. So let me do so again. Privacy, app data. So I'm going to wait a bit patiently. But what I want you to see is that when you click on reset, when you reset the data, once this particular form is submitted, everything in this screen is going to wipe out. It's going to wipe off once this particular form is submitted. Let's refresh. Let's go back to our data and see what happened. The data did not submit for a reason only known to Bubble. So I'm going to go back here again and do something. So I'm going to say recipe name. So this time I'm going to do it a bit faster. Recipe name. I'm going to add the description to it. I'm going to type description like so. I'm going to give it an image. I'm going to give it an image like so, and then I'm going to give it a price, and I'm going to say submit recipe. So probably something is wrong with this, the reason why it's not working. So let's go back to our design. Let's go back to our design, check out the price. The price is an integer. Let's go back to our price, go back to our data type. This is our price. Let's go back to our cost, which is number. So that's it, it's a number. Description is a test, link is a test, name is a test. So let's go back to our, let's see what we're pulling in there. Let's see what's happening. Cost is the value, yeah. Description, value, image, value, number, recipe name value, and that's what we're pulling in, and that's fine. There's no other feed again to pull in. And so let's go back here and refresh. If it doesn't work, I'm just going to log out and log in again and probably come test this in the next lesson, so I don't keep you here for too long. So I'm just going to submit this and see what's happening. So I'm gonna submit this like so to see what happens. So this is not working like the way I want it to work, but just go ahead and practice adding forms to your website, and then I'm gonna use that time to log in and log out. Now that you have been able to create records, it's now time to learn how to display those records, because you have to be able to create records, you have to be able to read those records, update and delete those records. So I'm going to show you how to display a record. Same thing, we are still on the page. So what we're going to do, I'm going to move this to the left. So remember, this is a column layout. This is a column layout, and I'm going to turn this into, this is a row layout and this is a column layout. So what we can do is now we can simply move this to the left hand side. So just move this to the left hand side, and I'm going to create another column on the left. So let's go ahead. Okay, probably I'll just duplicate this column. Control D. So I'm going to duplicate this column on the left. So this is a row. This is a row column. I'm going to display it. I'm going to duplicate it. So if I want this to go to the left, all I have to do is to reduce the size of this one. So probably reduce the width to say 400. So both of them should work. And make this a width of 400. And hopefully have this one go to the left and the other go to the right, just like that. So that's the way it's going to work. So I'm going to take this away. I'm going to take this away. I'm going to take this away. I'm going to take this away and take this away. So whenever you want to display stuff, you're likely going to be using a repeating group to display stuff, but that doesn't mean you can use other things apart from a repeating group. So I'm going to use a test. What I want to do, I want to display the first item on this data. You can see this data, it's a lot. What I want to do is to display the first item there. So I'm going to click here and put a test inside of it. Or if I don't want to put a test, I'm just going to simply put a column. So this is a column, like so. This is a column, and the reason why it's stuck in the middle is because we say we're using a column and we want it to stack in the middle. That's the reason. So this is a column here, like so. It's fixed. We don't need to style it. I'm just going to give it a border. I'm going to give it a border, like so, solid border 1. So that's it. And then I'm going to add a test on top of it. So this is going to be it. I'm going to add a test on top of it and give it a body large. Remember, we did a star before, so that's why I'm giving it body large. And here, what I want to do, I want to say, do a search for. Or if I don't want to search, I'm going to say I'm going to click this and say, what type of content do I want to add here? It's going to be a recipe, and the data source here is just going to be a recipe. Don't worry about that. And I'll click here. That's not necessary. It's just to be very safe, but it's not very necessary. So I'm going to click there. I'm going to say, do a search for recipe more first item. First item was, see, you can see all the items. There's a cost, there's a description, there's an image, there's a link, and there is a name. So I'm going to say name. That's fine. And then here, this is the group that is housing this particular test. Then I'm going to increase the size of the group to say 200 to make it a bit longer. I'm going to do a Ctrl D, move it to the bottom a bit. And the first time I did a search for the name, now this time I'm going to do a search for the description. And then I'm going to bring in an image, put it right there. I'm going to put the image right there. Then this, I'm going to increase the height of this. This is the name, and this is going to be for the image. This is going to be for the image. Yes. And then I'm going to go to, I'm going to say dynamic. I'm going to say inside dynamic data, click here. I'm going to say do a search for recipe, first item, image. And then the last is the price. Ctrl D, drag it down. I'm going to say do a search for first item, price. Where is it again? Cost. So the reason why you're doing the search, you're not displaying the entire data. So you can do the first, you can do the last. So I'm going to go ahead here and display, do a refresh. We should see that data once we do a refresh now. So you can see Ghana Jollof. You can see being the industry standard, and then you can see the image, and then you can see the price. If we go back to our app, go back to our data, you can see Ghana Jollof is the first. So this is the first right here, which is Ghana Jollof. And we can do the last. If we do the last, it's going to turn to red rice. So let's go ahead, go back here. We would say last item. You can see the last item. Click right here. Let's do a last item. Click here. We'll do a last item. Click here. We'll do a last item. And then come back here and do a refresh. It should say red rice. So you can see our last item is red rice. This is our image. It has no description, hence the reason why it's not showing. Or if you're doing some sort of a game, you can make it random. So you can go back again and say random. And you can even specify the item. You can say item number 2. So if I say random, it's just going to display a random item. It's going to display a random item. This is going to display a random image. It's going to display random. It's going to display random. So go back here and do a refresh. This should display a random item. So this is just random. So if I refresh, it's going to display another random. If I refresh, it's going to display another random. So these are very important depending on the app you're building. And lastly, I'm going to show you something else. You can say item number 3, or item number 1, or item number 2. So you can say item number 2. So this is item. So cut out the other one. So that's how you would display an item. And another thing that you could display, you could actually display how many items you have on the list if you want to. So let's turn this into an history. We could display how many items you have on the list, which is say like this. You would say like this. The same thing, do a search for recipe count. So this is going to tell you how many recipes you have on the list. And then we can go here, we can refresh like so. And it's going to tell us that we have 4. So we have 4 recipes, and that's how we're counting it. So that's how it works. That's how it works. We have been able to create our data. We have been able to read data from our database. Next, I'll show you how to update the data, and then I'll show you how to delete it. I'll see you in the next lesson. Now that you've succeeded in reading data, you can also edit this data. So I'm gonna delete this part of it. I'm going to delete this column, and then I'm going to delete this column, and then I'm just going to duplicate it. I'm going to duplicate this one. Same thing again, just going to duplicate it, and I'm going to delete the one on the left. I think it's redundant, it's the same thing, but I'm just going to delete the one on the left. And here we would have to deal with a repeating group. I'm going to show you more about a repeating group later, but we're just going to deal with it now. So I didn't want to charge this, but I have to. So I'm going to this is a repeating group that I just created. This is a repeating group that I just created. And just like before, it's going to ask us what type of content do we want in the repeating group. I'm going to say recipe. And then we're going to do a search for. We're going to do a search for recipe. All the recipe for now. And here we're going to say set fixed number of rows. We're going to say no. Set fixed number of rows. We're going to say no. Height. You can leave it at 0 if you want to. That's fine. Or you can leave it at 100. That's fine. Set fixed number of columns. Say no. You don't have to set fixed number of anything. This is just these are just templates. You don't have to set fixed number of rows. You don't have to set fixed number of columns if you don't want to. But we'll just leave it this way for data's sake. And then this is fixed already, and it's fine. It's okay. There's no need. If you don't want it to be fixed, you can make it a row and just remove fixed width. Remove fixed width. Take away the min height. And that's fine. Remember, right now we're not doing anything about responsivity. We are just trying to display data. And here we're going to put a column. We're going to put a group inside of it, like so. So the only thing you have to do is to edit one of these, and the others will follow suit. You just work on one of it. So it's just one. You just work on the first column, and the others will follow suit. So this is going to be a row. And we're going to leave it like this. That's going to be a row, like that. Height, there's something in there. Height, it's going to be 0. We're going to say the height is going to be 0. We can fit height to content, or we just go like this. So look at it. So like this. This is just going to spread it up and down. If it's going to go up, then there is nothing. It's not going to have anything. You have to put a content inside of it. But here, like this, vertical stretch, so it goes up and down. And for design's sake, when you're using something like this, just give it a padding of, say, 20, 20, 20, 20. That's it. So it's just very good that when you're designing, you're very neat when you're designing. And I'm going to, so you can see what's in there. I'm going to give it a favorite color, which is a red. And then reduce it to 10. So that's our favorite color. And also on the layout, on this layout, we can also give it, you can give it a margin if you want to, but padding is alright. Padding is alright, and then we're going to put a test. We're going to put a test in here. You can see it appears everywhere, but you're only interested in the first one. Put a test in here, click on the column that's inside. Let's drag everything to, okay, just click this, let's drag everything to the middle. Then I'm going to put a button that says edit. Put a button that says edit, like so. Put a button that says edit and bring it to the middle. That's one button. This is number one button. Then I'm going to say Ctrl D, duplicate the button. Put another one that says delete. So you can see we have two buttons. We have one, two. One is edit and the other one is delete. And don't forget the way we set our buttons. We go here and we'd say no fixed width, no fixed width, fixed height is okay, 45. Fixed height is 45. And then we say fit width to content. Right here, no fixed width, fixed height is 45. And then we say fit width to content. And we can see what is here. Here, we're just going to display the name only, the name of the we're going to display the name of the recipe only. And don't forget, when we click here, when we click on this group, we want to give it a type. Content type is recipe, and data source is just going to be the current recipe. That's all, the current recipe. This group has a recipe, and we are searching for all the recipes already. And then inside this column, we are saying type data source. So every column must have a data source. If it doesn't have a data source, you'd have to be referring to the parent container. Just hope that makes sense. So let's go ahead. It's going to be parent groups, recipe, name. That's all we are interested in. And then for the name, to just make this stretch, we're going to say, we're going to remove the width. Yeah, we just remove the width. We're going to say uncheck fit width to content. That's all we have to do over there. And to make it vertical, remove style, make it center text vertically, and that's fine. Then to make it more finer, we're going to give it a row. We're going to add column gap of 10 to just make it awesome. And then, since if the name is very little, we can give it a fit width if it is, but if it's not, just leave it that way. And then right here, we're going to increase this to say 500. That's fine. Or if we don't want to keep increasing or reducing the width, what we can do is that we can uncheck this. We can uncheck this and leave it and say fit width to content. Fit width to content. So there's no content inside of it, which is crazy. So we leave it like that and just make this 500. Make it fit width and 500. So the thing about no code is that you have to keep playing with it, keep experimenting with it to find what works for you. Then let's go ahead and refresh this. We should see something cool. So now we see all the names. Ghana jollof, 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 rice. We see all the names. And then we have to edit and delete. So something that works is that the primary icon here is edit, and the main thing that you want your users to do will be the call to action will be super, inviting. So if I were you, if I'm doing this delete button, what I can do is that remove style, the background style is going to be none, yeah. The color style is going to be my primary color, and then I'm going to give it a border. I'm going to give it a border. That border is going to be my primary color. So doing so, it means that users will not find this very, very inviting. They would know that the primary thing that you want to do is the edit. That's it. So let's go ahead. So when we want to edit this, what are we doing? When we edit this, we're saying, hey, we want to push, you would push this data over here. If you push this data over here, you'll be able to edit it. So once this button is clicked, we want Bubble to send this data to this other group. So let's name this group. This is going to be our group edit. So just follow me. It's a very simple trick, but I'm pretty sure you like it. And right here, we're going to turn this to edit, save edit. So we're going to turn this to save edit. So just follow me. Then I'm going to say, we unclick edit, like so, go to start workflow. We're going to say navigation, yeah. We're going to say navigation, we're going to go to element, we will say display data. Display data, where do you want to display it? We'll say we want to display it on group edit. Data to display, we'll say this parents group recipe or parent group everything. So let's turn this like this. We want to display the parent group's recipe. So we're not just taking the cost or you can actually go more and say parent group something, but we're displaying everything on that parent group inside. So when we do so, see what's going to happen. When we come back here, you will see that we now have our data source. We cannot find the data source we cannot find this new data source. So if we click on this, our data source is recipe. If we click on this now, our data source is still recipe, parent group's recipe. Our data source is going to be recipe, parent group recipe. Just do this like so. Data source is recipe, parent group recipe, like so. Data source, recipe, parent group recipe, data source recipe, parent groups recipe. And then this right here, we're going to say what's going to be the initial content. This is going to be the parent group recipe's name. You can see what we're doing, right? We're getting it back. What's going to be the initial content? This is going to be the parent group recipe description. This is going to be the initial content. The initial content is going to be the parent group recipe image, right? That's going to be the initial content. So let's go like so. Initial content, parent group recipe image. This is going to be price. Initial content, parent group recipe, price, cost. Then the link, same thing, parent group recipe, link to purchase. Let's go ahead and test this out. Refresh. This is the time of truth. Click on edit. So you can see it's changing. Click on next edit. It's still gonna jollof. So that's changed. And why is the other one not changing? Let's click on this one. It's not changing. Click on this one. It's not changing. Okay, yeah, it's changing. So I think they are similar data. That's why it's not changing. So you can see it's sending it retime. It's just sending it retime. So that's the way you send data from one screen to another. Next thing that you want to do is to then save this info. So we'll click on Save Edit, go to the workflow. Then here, guess what we're going to be doing? We'll say make changes to a thing. That's what we'll do. What do you want to change? We want to change parent groups recipe. And what feed do we want to change? All the feeds. And we're going to say cost is going to be recipe cost, as it's going to be. So cost is going to be the input. Let's go see how we named everything. Recipe name, recipe description, recipe image, recipe price, recipe link purchase. So the first one is name, the second one is input description. Let's go back. Save edit is click, make changes to a thing. This one is cost, so let's say recipe price value, recipe description, input description value. Next one is image, recipe image value. Next one is purchase, recipe link to purchase. The next one is name, recipe name. So that's how you will do it. And then we can go back here, refresh now, click on red rice. So I'm going to say red rice for me from Ghana. Red rice from Ghana. I'm going to turn this price to 700 and I'm going to say save edit. That's it. And then I'll go back here, go back to my database, and let's refresh and see what happens. So right now, Bubble is having a little issue when it comes to saving stuff retime. I've had these issues a couple of times today, and I'm pretty sure probably before the end of the course is going to be fixed. So let's go back to our workflow. So if we make changes to this and we have no errors, that means what we've done is correct. And then let's just go ahead and reset the data, reset relevant input like so. So let's go back again, refresh, and let's do 800. Let's click on this and just do 800 for the price and click on save edit. And let's go back to our page. So this is not updating retime, but this is the way you would save data. This is the way you will update things on your Bubble application. And let's try the last one. We're going to delete. So if we click on this delete, this one is pretty straightforward. We click on the delete, put a call to action, put a start workflow. And what do we want to do? We want to delete a thing. And what do we want to delete? We want to delete parent groups recipe. So when you're doing this in your application, be very careful, because once you delete, it's gone. it's just gone. It's gone. So, but sometimes what you can do in your application is that when you delete it, you can actually just hide it. So you don't have to delete it from your database. If a user click on delete, you can just hide. Because sometimes the user might change their mind in the future, or you might want to use that data over again. So just like what you see on major social media platforms, if you're looking for your data that you deleted a long time ago, you still find it there. They don't really delete it, they just hide those data. So that's what you want to do. So let's go back here, refresh. Let's see if this is going to work. Let's delete this. You can see it's working. Delete. Let's delete Ghana Jollof. Delete. It's working. So that's how you will remove stuff from your database. So when I mean hide the data, you can come back here to your database. Among your inside your data type, you can click here like show data or show recipe or so, and turn it into a boolean or yes or no. And then when you're creating your data sets, you would actually as your user enter, you would say show data yes. Yeah, got it? Let's come back here and say show data yes. So I'm just showing you what Twitter and Facebook likes to. Then you come back to your workflow, and inside the delete, you won't delete it. So when the user click on that button, you would say make changes to a theme, make changes to parent group recipe, and the feed you want to change is show data, and you want to turn it to no. Then you come back to your repeating group that is displaying this data and say only show. You say constraint, add new constraint, yeah, show data is equal to yes. So by then, what you're doing is that you're only displaying data that says show data is equal to yes. So this is not going to be deleted at all. So if I say delete, it's gone. But it's not really gone. It's still in your database, just that we're changing the boolean value to, we're changing the show data boolean value to no. You can see no. But if I go back again and change it to yes, my data is back on. So this will ensure that you don't delete so much data from your database, and this will make sure that you keep relevant data for your users. So that's it. That's how you will that's how you will create, that's how you read, that's how you update data and delete data in your Bubble application. So next we're going to go into list and repeating group. We've talked about displaying data in your repeating group already. Do we have to do that again? Not really. Maybe we'll just explain it a little bit more, but we've talked about displaying data in your list already. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Congratulations watching it this far. It takes a lot of guts, it takes a lot of patience for you to get to this stage. Thank you so much for, just being very, very patient. So let's do something very exciting. We've created this list. This time we're going to be taking a look at how to search. How do you build simple search and how do you build complex search in Bubble? That's what we're going to do. So let's go back to our page. Remember, we created this plenty stuff like this, and I'm pretty sure that it's a lot. So let's go ahead and I'm going to delete it. So I'm going to delete everything. Yeah, I'm going to delete everything, and I'm going to put in a group right here like so. I'm going to put in a group and just make it a column like we'll do normally. Give it a no min width. Just give it this of 800. That's fine. 800, which is cool. And then we would, as usual, we'll give it a heavy padding. So I'm going to give it a heavy padding. This is our column. This is our group. So I'm going to put a repeating group over here. So I'm going to add a repeating group over here like so. Like this. So this, I'm going to bring this down. So this is going to flow to, this is going to flow to the bottom. I'm going to make it flow to the bottom. And because we're going to be fixing a search to it, I'm going to add another group. So I'm going to add another group on top. So this is one group. This is another group. This is one group, this is another group. I'm going to make this first and make this other one second. So this group is going to be a row, not aligned to parent. It's going to be a row. And then not going to stretch it. I'm just going to stretch it from beginning to end. 100 is fine. I'm going to give it a padding everywhere of 20, 20, 20. And then just to make it very visible, like we'll always do, I'm going to give it a red and give it a 10%. So same thing with this group, I'm going to give it a red remove. I'm going to give it a color, background color flat. I'm going to give it a red with 10%. So that's fine. So for our layout, we're going to give it, just allow it span all the way. So that's fine. So just going to allow it span all the way. Then now that we have this, what's going to be the mean height? What's going to be the set piece number of row is 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, but we don't have to set piece number of row. We can set mean height of each row to say 200. That's fine if we want to. And for this particular row, we can say feet height to content. So mean height is like this, 400. Feet height to content is checked, and that's fine for now. And also for the number of columns, you can set number of columns to 2. You can see it divides it, so 1, 2. If it's 3, it divides it to 1, 2, 3. But let's just leave it at 2, which is fine. Leave it at 2 and leave the mean row to, let's say, 300. That's fine. 300 is all right. Then let's go ahead and say data. So what kind of data are we going to add? I'm going to go back to our data. So I'm going to let it be a recipe. I'm going to say do a search for a recipe. So I'm not do a search for recipe, ignore empty constraint. I'm going to leave it that way. So and then I'm going to just I'm just going to add an image. So same thing that we did before, but the reason why we're doing this is because we want the ability to search. Same thing we did before. I'm going to add an image. I'm going to add, where's my image? So I'm just going to, I'm going to add an image like so over here. I'm going to add an image that, yes, I'm going to add that. And layout is a column, that's fine. I'm going to add an image that spans from the beginning to the end. So this is just going to span so this is going to span from the beginning to the end, like so. And then we can add other things. We can add other things to it. So for the sake of this tutorial, I'm just going to add the names to it, which is all right. Just going to add the name and the image. And then I'm going to give it some, I'm going to put it inside a row, inside a container. So an easy way to do this is to grab this and say group elements in a column container. So now we have a container. We have a container in here that we're grouping, and inside that container, if we go to our element tree, we can see that we have a container in there. So that's the group. So now that we have a group, and next thing we want to do is to go find that group and just put a spacing in between. So I'm just going to put a space in between this and the image, which is fine. And then I'm going to add, I'm just going to duplicate this, Control D, duplicate this, and I'm going to highlight this too. I'm going to group it in a container also. Group it in a row container so it goes side by side. And then I'm going to delete this. So when you group something, Bubble gives it a width. Bubble gives it a new width. So you just have to delete that particular width. If we go back to our group recipe, you will see that Bubble gave it a width. So we just have to delete that particular width. And we don't want it to be feet height to content. We just want it to span the entire. We want it to span it, so we don't want it to be feet height to content. So now let's go ahead and we've done a search for recipe, which is fine. And then here we're saying this is going to be dynamic. It's going to show our recipe the same way we did it before. It's going to show our recipe image. This is going to show the name, parent group recipe name, and this is going to show our parent group recipe cost. And for this particular row, this one, we can select first parent. So when we select first parent, we're going to just give it a column gap of 20. That's fine. And let's take a look at what we've done already. So this is what we've done already. So we have this and we have this, and then we have the name and we have the price. So so let's go ahead and do something more. I'm going to refresh again. Let's go ahead and do something better. Right there, inside the repeating group, we're going to take away the mean height, like so. Take away the mean height as something first, and then we would make this, you just make one to one end and the other to the other end, and then we're going to click on the group recipe, and in there we're going to give it a margin left. We're going to give it a margin right of say 20. Give the margin right of 20. Either you give it a margin right of 20 or the margin right, or you just give everything. So we're going to give it a margin right 20, and then let's see how it looks like now. Refresh. Okay, we have a margin right, that's fine, and it's scrolling. So so what else do we have to do? Let's make this. Let's take away the color. That's fine. We'll take away the color, and we'll take away the color, and then for our column, here's our column. Okay, that's fine. So pull this in the middle, and let's go ahead and take a refresh again. Okay, so we have this. So we have this. The reason why it's scrolling because we're saying fit height to content. So because it's saying we're telling it to stretch. So this is why columns fit number of columns, which is 2. That's alright. Show all items immediately. That's fine. There is something else that we have to do. I think we'll find it in the settings. Okay, make all elements visible, fit height to content. So let's go ahead and scroll. So there is a particular trick for actually deleting this, for taking this away using HTML. I'm not going to cover that in this course. Maybe probably something that I will show you in one of my other YouTube videos, and you'll definitely learn at the end of the day. So mean height is this, fit height to content. No, just keep. Okay, mean height is this, fit height to content. Let's go ahead and refresh. So I like my stuff looking beautiful. Let's go back to our repeating group. Mean height, let's just give it a mean height of 900. That's fine. Let's refresh and see what happens. I think I'm gonna figure what's happening here. I'm gonna figure it out and hopefully let you know later. So we're not scrolling anymore, but I'm going to figure it out and let you know what's happening. And so let's go back to our group A. In our group A, we're going to give it some column gap, say 40, so that it doesn't mess things up. We're going to give it a column gap of say 40. So remember, the reason why we're doing this is because we want to learn how to search, and we want to learn how to search. So let's search. Let's see. Let me show you how to search here. So this, we've given this particular, we're going to add, first we're going to add an input. So I'm going to show you how to search via input. Like test search, we're going to add an input like so. So this is an input. So we're going to add an input, and this will just bring everything to the back, everything to the middle, like so. So we'll add everything, we'll put everything in the middle. So yeah, this one, put it in the middle. Yeah, that's fine. And here we want our users to just search by name. So search by name. So this is the first thing. So this is the first thing. So we want to go back to our repeating group. Right here. And so I'm going to click this, my group repeat, and just give it a margin bottom of say 20. That's fine. with a margin bottom of 20. It's all right. And we want to go back to our repeating group right here, this repeating group. So it's repeating group recipe, and we want to go back to appearance and data source, add a constraint. We would say where the name is equal to, or where the name contains. So there are two ways. So if you sometimes users might not spell things correctly, so it's nice for you to use contain, but if you want to be very, very specific, then it's fine. So where the name contains, where the name contains input, so this is going to be the input search by name value. That's it. So let's go ahead and switch. Let's go ahead. So remember the name here is Ghana Jollof. So when we get to type Ghana, so if we type Ghana, the other one is gone and we're left with one of it. If we type, if it's empty, then it's fine. If we type red, so Ghana is gone and red is left. So that's basically the way you search by name. And another thing is that we can add more constraint. So we can say, we can add another constraint like this. So let us use a, let us sort by the cost. So I'm going to click this and just reduce it, make it fixed width, and reduce it to say 300, which is fine. And then I'm going to put in a drop down. I'm going to put in a drop down and put it right there. Take the drop down to the middle, and I'm going to give it gap spacing like so, 20, which is fine. So this drop down is going to be a list. So I'm going to make it static. So I'm going to make it static. I'm going to put like I'm going to make it static, and we have 56 and we have 10.3. So it can be dynamic, definitely, but I'm just going to make it static for the sake of this. So I'm going to say 23. I'm going to say 56 and 23. So if we go down and then we refresh, we should see that those figure, we have 23 and we have 56. And let's go back to our recipes. I'm going to take this, I'm going to take the color away. That's fine. Let's go back to our repeating group here. Data source, add another constraint where the cost is equal to drop down value. So here you can see that not just equal to, it could be greater than, it could be less than, it could be equal, less than, or equal to. So this can work for anything. So any e-commerce site can work. So let's go ahead. So we can have this. So if this is 23, it shows. If this is 56, it shows. If it's empty, everything shows. And then we can also combine things. So we can combine both of them. So we can, I'm going to delete one of this constraint and then combine when this is this value. So more. Okay, I think I'm doing it the wrong way. When I figure that out, I'll let you know. But there's a way that you can combine everything together. So I'm going to go back to that constraint over again, where cost is equal to drop down A. And there's an advanced way you can do this. There's an advanced way you can actually do this, but it's fine, and that's going to be from here. But let's do this first. So I'm going to go back again. I'm going to go back again and check this out. So I'm going to just type I'm going to say 56. Okay, that's fine. So there's another way you can actually do this. So if we delete this, there's a way you can actually feature. So if I click this and say more, and I click on feature. So instead of going through that way, there's another way you can do it, featured, and then you can add constraint, and then you can add advanced, like this, advanced. Then this recipe, so this particular recipe cost, is less than or equal. So you can see there are other the other things you can do here is equal to recipe cost is the input is equal to the drop down value. And so you can see here we can do and or is equal to the value, or this recipe name is input search by name value. So you can see then we're going to say ignore search constraint. So you can see that we're searching two different ways, but one is an advanced way and the other one is just a normal search. In the normal search, we can't really combine or and the rest, but in the advanced, we can combine those. If you didn't see what I did there, feel free to go over it again and see it. So and then if we refresh here, you will see that we're combining two things. We're combining two things. It's just so now our search is gone. So let's go ahead and let's go back here. So we're saying this recipe cell cost is drop down A, or this recipe is search by name value. So let's go back again. Let's see what we did here. So you can see so it's not showing if it's empty. So if it's empty, it's not showing. It's either one of these two before it shows. This is something that we can actually do with our search. There are much more ways we can do so. We can search with multiple variables, but this is the basics for a beginner's course like this. So let's keep going. I think the next thing I want to do is how to use URL parameters. And once we do this, then we'll put everything together and create something very cool. I just realized that in the course of creating these lessons, there's something we didn't touch. We didn't touch the option sets. How to use option sets. Option sets are very important and very cool in setting up your bubble application. So let me tell you what option sets are. So with option sets, you are able to create data that don't change all the time. Say for example, you want to create a demo repeating group, or you want to create this option choice that we created, this static option choice that we created. You want to use option sets because they come directly from the database. Don't really waste time. It doesn't really take a lot of time to load up. And when you're changing it, you can change it as fast as possible without affecting anything in your application. Okay, let's say for example, we want to show list of names, or let's say we have a list of categories in this in our recipe, and we want to sort this based on categories or based on name or based on any way we want to sort it out as. We can go to our data set and click on option set. This is where you have it here. We have data types, privacy, app data, and then we have option sets. And then I'll just keep a tutorial and create new option sets. This option set is I'm going to call it search category. I'm going to call it search category. Search category like that, then I'll create it. And then all I have to do is to add new options. So if I think that my first category is food. Yeah, this can be locations, it can actually be anything. First category is food. My second category is plant. My next category might be beverage. So this is just top of my head. So it can keep going on and on and on. And one thing about option set is that you can add attributes. So if this food has a color, if this food has a price, if this beverage has a price, you can add more attributes. So if I want to add a new attribute, I could actually say price. So what this means is that you can search based on price. So this is going to be a number like this. So I'm going to go and modify each attribute. So I'll say food 20. And I would say plant 26. These are just cost. So maybe these are minimum cost or maximum cost. 56. So you could say this price could be a minimum price, maximum price for food, and then you can sort your repeating group based on these values here. Then when I go back to my database, my design, for this choice of option, instead of using a static choice, I'm going to say dynamic choice, and you see it changes. So look at static choice, dynamic choice, it changes. And then type of choices, I would then say I will look for my option set. Remember, I'm going to go look for that option set that we picked the last time is going to be search category, and then I would say get an option. Get an option search category, I would say all option, and my default is going to be the price. So you can see now you can display the price and you can display the name. So the name is display, the price is the other attributes that you added. So I'm going to say display, and then you can then say you can then sort this list based on this particular option. So I'm going to say featured. So this is featured already. I'm gonna input search by name. I'm gonna delete this. Input search by name value. It's gonna be price. It's gonna be display. So let's take this away. Let's delete this. I'm gonna say add a new constraint. This is just a simple search, not some advanced search. Here the cost. Yeah, the cost, or yeah, the name. Anything you want to do. It could be name. It could be cost. Name is equal to. So we're looking at choose an option. Where's our choose an option? Drop down value display. So you can see value display, and then we can also search for another condition where the cost is greater than, drop down value price. So you can see what's happening. So we're using one single option set, and then we are searching both ways. Let's go ahead and give it a preview. So you can see we have 3. So I'm going to say food. Nothing shows up. Plant. Nothing shows up. Beverages. Nothing shows up. Nothing is going to show up because our condition is very wrong. Our condition is wrong. That's why nothing will show up. So if we go back here, let's take away the cost of this. Let's refresh. Hopefully something is going to show up now. Yeah. So we say beverage 80. So hopefully these two, because they are higher. So because this is higher. So when we did the option set here, if we go back here, we can see our food cost is 20. So that's fine. You can see our plant is 26. That's fine. So you can see our beverage is 56. So when we click 56, something comes up. So that's the way you would basically use an option set. You could use an option set as a repeating group also. So let's go ahead and add another column. So I'm going to add another group and just make it a repeating group. Let's just create something else over here. I'm going to increase these to 1,500, and then I'm going to call this a repeating group. This is a repeating group. This is going to be housing our option set. So I'm going to give it a margin top of 100, like so. Give it a margin top, and this is going to house our option set. So if I double click it and I say, and I'm going to say, what's the data source? Data source is going to be the search categories, and I'm going to say all search categories. All search categories, or just get an option, all option. And that's same thing. So it's same thing you're doing. And I'm going to put in a test. I'm going to just put in a test. So what this test is going to do is just going to display all the current cell search category display, like so. And then I can put in another test on the left. Current cell category price. So this is displaying the price, and this is displaying the food. And remember, we can just give it a slide formatting, formatted as currency, and we can pick the currency symbol and want to format it as, and that's fine. So let's go ahead and preview. So you can see we have food, we have plants, and we have beverage. This is just coming from the option set. This is not this is a dynamic data, but it's not coming from the user. It's coming from your backend. It's coming from it's coming from your backend. And if we want to change any of this, all we have to do is to go back to our data. Go back to our data, go to our option set, and we can change the name from food to cuisine. We can change this, we can modify this attribute and change the price to 50 and say save, and then we can go back to our feed and do a refresh, and you would see that will just everything has changed. So cuisine is now food is now cuisine, and price has jumped from 26 to 50. So this really helps when you want to filter a lot of data. You want your users to filter, but not with data that they generated. You want them to filter based on the data you generated. And it works very well. It enables you to change things in your application as fast as possible. So that's basically how to use option set. Next lesson, I'm going to show you how to use custom states and URL parameters. Thank you. I'll see you in the next lesson. Now you know how to use option sets. Let's go ahead and learn how to use custom states and URL parameters. Custom states are dynamic numbers, or they are options, just very similar to option sets. They're very similar to options, but you can use it to store variables on your user's browser that changes whenever they load a page. So if I want to store a particular variable, say for example you're using a shopping cart and you want to store, your customers keep adding stuff to the shopping cart, you can update custom states as they add, and you can update the custom states as they remove. It works in so many ways. You can use your custom states for conditional statements also. If your students load the page, or maybe your users load the page, then a particular custom state can be set. And if they create a page, a particular custom state can be set. A custom state can be anything. It could be any data type. It can be a list. It can be same way you would create a data type for your database, like here, and here. That's the same way you would add a custom state. You would create a custom state. So let's do it this way. Let's start from the beginning. So let's go ahead and just add so this is a repeating group. Let's go ahead and add another group. We're just going to use this to demonstrate custom state. Add another group. So I'm just going to remove, make this a flat color, give this a red, and make it 10. So I'm going to give it a red and make it 10. So that's fine. And this, I'm going to turn this layout into a column, so it stacks on top of each other. And I'm going to move this up and this other one down. And on my move it down, and this I'm just going to make it look a bit beautiful. I'm going to give it a bottom of 50, just to make it look great, and give this a bottom of 50 or so, just to make it look great. And this is where I'm going to be displaying stuff. So I'm just going to put a test. I'm going to put a test right here. This is where we'll display the custom state. So first thing first, to create a custom state, I like it that when you go to click on the element tree, you click on the first page. This is the page that should house your entire custom states, everything. This particular one, you click on this this icon here. It will bring out the element inspector, and then you can create new custom states. So you can see it right here, add new custom states. They are temporary storage, so that's what it's doing. It's just things temporarily. So the caveat about custom state is that whenever a user reloads his or her browser, the custom state is gone. So I really don't advise you to use custom state for off-page navigation. You can use it for in-page navigation, but for off-page navigation, I do not want you to use custom states. So we're just going to say name. So this is going to be the name of recipe. So let's change it to recipe name, like so. And then, like I said, the type can be anything. It could be anything. It can be a text, a number, a string. So we're going to call this a test. And that's it. We're going to call it a test, and there's no default value. We're not going to add a default value on this one. And then, so this here, we're going to call it like so. Do a search. We're going to see just like so. We're going to add dynamic data. And then we're going to find that custom state, and the custom state is in the page. It's in the top page. You can see this top page, page data manipulation. This one, data manipulation page. That's where we have the custom state. So we come here and find that page data manipulation 2, recipe name. That's it. So that's a custom state now. This is where the custom state is going to live. Every time a user opens their browser, they will see this custom state. And if our custom state has a default value, that's what they're going to see every time. So let's go back and just add a default value so you can see what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to say default value, like so. And I'm going to reload the page. So you can see these are custom state and it has a default value. That's it. But let's go ahead and make it dynamic. So what I want to do is that I want this custom state to have, every time this is pressed, I want this custom state to have the same value. So if it is clicked, I want it to have that same value when it's clicked. So when a user clicks on quizzing, this custom state is going to have quizzing. Click on plans, it's going to become plan. Click on breverages, it's going to become breverages. So see where we're going? See where we're going. So I'm going to remove the default value, like so. I'm going to remove the default value, and then come here and say, when a user click on this, when a user click on this, I'm going to say start workflow. I'm going to say set. So this is what we'll do. Set custom state. Set state of an element. And what state do you want to set? Data manipulation. Recipe name. Value should be this test or current search category. It's fine. We're going to make it this test, not this test. We're going to make it current search category display. That's what we're going to make it. I hope you get me. So we are saying set state of an element, and we're looking for that particular custom state, and the custom state is this one, or we can simply create a new one here if we want to. We can create a new one here if we want to, maybe like recipe price, and we're going to call it number. And it's going to be, we're going to set the current state price number. So we're setting two states now. Hope you understand. If you don't understand, go back again and just rewind a bit. So now that we just decided to set two states, I'm going to reduce this one, and I'm going to duplicate this one. I'm going to duplicate this, and then this is going to be the price. Then I'm going to refresh. You see, at the instant, there is nothing because nothing has been clicked. But once we click, you can see cuisine 20, you can see plan 50, beverage 56. So what's happening is that every time you click, this guy is holding a new value. Every time you click, it's holding a new value. Every time you click, it's holding a new value. That's one thing to do with custom states. And also with custom states, you can actually navigate. You can actually navigate in app. So I don't advise you to use custom state when you're going to another page because it doesn't hold any value. Do not advise you to use custom state when you're navigating. So say for example, let us put a box. So we're going to put another repeating group. We're going to put another okay, not a repeating group. Let's just put a group here. Put a group here, Ctrl D. So put a group, Ctrl D, put another group here. So we have two groups. This, I'm going to make this group, I'm going to make the background color like so. Then this one, I'm going to make the background color flat color. Just follow me. We're doing something good. This is really going to help you in the future, and I'm going to say none. This is really going to help you in the future. So now, remember when we go back here, we have two price. We have price and we have this. So we have cuisine and we have plants. So same thing. If you're navigating, that's something you would do. If you user click on this, you want something to happen. If you click on this, you want something to happen. And here we want this to show based on this custom state value. Based on the custom state value, we want one of these to show. The color. We want one of these groups to show based on the custom state value. This is just navigation. Think of this as part of your application. So I'm going to click the first one and I'm going to say conditional when page, so manipulation something, when data manipulation. So custom state recipe name is cuisine. like this. Then we'll set visibility. We've not talked about this before. Set visibility, set this to visible. And you have to spell it very well. So this is the spelling of cuisine. So I'm going to copy. So go back here and spell it very well. S is not going to have any effect if you don't spell it very well. This is visible. And then I'll come back to my layout. And this is not visible on page load. Turn it into a column and say it's going to say collapse when heating. This is not visible on page load. That's fine. And then we'll come back here and say not visible on page load. Yeah. Then we'll go ahead here and say when the same thing when this recipe name is plant. When the recipe name is plant, then this element is visible. So hope we got it right. This is plant here. So let's go ahead and refresh. If it sounds like Greek to you, don't worry. You're just getting started. You're going to get it. So can you see? Cuisine, this is visible. Plant. Okay, probably we didn't get it right. So that's why it's not visible. So this is capital P, I think so. Let's just copy the plant. Go back here. Put the name here, plant. And that should work now. That should work. And so this is plant, now it's visible. This is cuisine, now it's visible. So you should really notice that whenever I reload the page, the custom state is gone. So you can see cuisine, you can see plant. And last, I want to show you something. If you're building something that has to do with an e-commerce, if you're building an e-commerce website, then you're going to be doing this in a very different way entirely. So I'm going to delete all this. I'm going to delete all this. The way you do it, the kind of custom state you likely create will be a list. So we'll come here and we would create something like add a new custom state. It will be like cart. You always have carts, right? And this will be a list of recipes. So the cart will be a list of recipes. So if what you're selling is food, anything, this is just going to be a list of recipes. That's what it's going to be. And then this is going to be a list. So you say this state is a list. So it contains multiple entries. So we're going to say create. And then I'm just going to delete this part of it. You know, this part of the part that's showing the price. And I'm going to add two icons. Just follow me. I'm going to add one icon over here. It's going to be add to cart. So we're going to call this like plus. Just follow me, and then I'll add another icon. Duplicate this icon, put it over here, and I'm going to call it minus. So one of these is going to add the item to the cart, and the other is going to remove the item from the cart. So where are we going to display our cart? We're going to display it over here. And the cart here is going to be a repeating group. It's the way it works for, even if you're building a big mobile application, a small mobile application, all these things, all this tiny thing that you learn here is the same thing you're going to be doing in a very big application, irrespective of how big it is. So these small things always lead to the big things. So this is going to be data type is going to be a recipe, and then the data source is going to be our data manipulation. Recipe is going to be our cart. Data manipulation cart. That's what it's going to be. Remember, it's recipe because our cart is a list of recipe, right? And this is going to be our data source is going to be our data manipulation cart. And then we'll just have our name here. So we'll have our name. This is going to be the name of the current sales recipes name. So this is what we have in cart now. So when we click this, what do we want to happen? We want to add it to the cart. So we say set state. So set state of an element. Set state of an element, data manipulation, cart. Value. Current sales category price. Display. So which is very wrong. You can see it's super wrong now because we're not just setting state for one element. So what we're supposed to be doing, we're supposed to be adding to the list. So when you do it that way, you can see it's not working because you are just changing. So we don't want to change things on the cart. What we want to do is to add items to the already existing item in that cart. So what we do is we'll go ahead and set a thing. Set state of an element, same way, data manipulation, and we'll set the cart. And this time is going to be a bit different. So we'll go again, look for that data manipulation item. We will say cart, and then we will say plus item. So what we want to do is to add items. So we say plus. So we say plus item, current sale, display. So we say plus item, current sale, display, name. That's what we want to add. So we want to, it's a list of recipe and we're not displaying recipe, and that is very, very wrong. So we're making it wrong here. Let's go back again. Let's go back. This is a list of recipe and this is not supposed to be so. So we'll come back here and say this is supposed to be a list of search category. That's it. So let's go back to our custom set again. Let's go back to our workflow and say cart. Then this is going to be plus item, and then it's going to be current sales category. So you can see it's working now. And then when a user click on the minus, we want to do the same workflow. We'll come to set custom state. Now set state of an element, that's what we want to do. Set state of a thing. Set state of a thing, and then we'll click on the data manipulation, click on the cart. What do you want to do? Data manipulation. And then we want to do the cart, and then we want to minus this time. So we'll say minus item, and we want to minus current search category item. So that's basically how you do it. So let's go ahead and see if this is working. So if you click on the plus sign, what's going to happen? Oh, what's happening? Now, it's showing, but we're not seeing the item here. So let's go back here. We're not seeing the item here. So we're not seeing the item here. So this is going to be, okay, I think we're current search category display. Okay, yeah, that's it. So let's go ahead and refresh now. So we have 1 item cuisine, 2 item plant, 3 item beverages. We delete, 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 and we can add. And so you can see if we have that item in the list already, if I click adding it, you can see nothing happens. Nothing happens. But if we have it in the list, it minus. If we don't have it in the list, it just add that particular item to it. So that's basically the way you would use custom states in Bubble. There are tons of other ways you could actually do this. You can switch icons based on the custom states. You can do so many things, but because this is a beginner's course, I do not want you to be overwhelmed. We're just going to go like this. So let's go ahead and check out how to use URL parameters. How to change things and show things based on URL parameters. So let's say you're working on an application and users will have to fill a form, and then it displays the cuisine over here. This is where you display all the cuisines, and this is where you display all the form. And let's create something that will navigate them to enter details and view meal. View the meals and enter details. And to do that, I'm just going to drop in a group. I'm going to drop in a group over here on top. I'm going to add 2 buttons. I'm going to add 1 button here. I'm going to add another button again on top. So this one is going to be edit, and the other one is going to be see price. So this one is see price. When I say see price, it will show this. When I say edit, it should show this. Or let's say create items. So let's just create items. So that's fine. Create items, it shows this. View items. Let's view items. It shows this one. View items here, create items here. But we want both of them to show based on the URL parameters. So how do you make this happen? So when I click on this, you can see the page that we are in this page, on this page, data manipulation tool. When I click on view items, I will go to my start workflow and I will say navigate to the same page. That's one thing I like about Bubble. It allows you to navigate to the same page and then send more parameters to the page. What parameters are you going to send to the page? I want to send something called V. I like to use V because V is for view. And I want to say create. So I want to say view. I'm going to just say, view recipe or anything. Then that's all I have to do there. And this one, when I click here, I'm going to say do the same thing, navigate, go to page, click on the page I want them to go to, send more parameters to the page, and I'm going to say V, and that same V is going to be create. Don't forget the word you're giving it. So let's go ahead and refresh our data. First of all, let's refresh our screen and see what happens. So I want you to really look here. This is what I want you to look. When I click on view items, you can see V is equal to view now. When I click on create, V is equal to create. And so what we want is that this table to be watching. We want this table, we want these items to be watching for what's here. If V is equal to create, this is going to show up. If V is equal to view, this is going to show up. I guess you know where we're going. We're just going to conditional statements. That's where we're going. So once you get hold of it, it's pretty awesome. So let's make this, we would say, this is visible on page load. So normally if you're doing navigation, you want one item to be visible. So this is visible on page load. We're going to say collapse when hidden. Collapse when hidden, not visible on page load. That's fine. For the sake of this course, not visible on page load. Go to conditional statement and we would say get data from page URL and we'll call it V. When that V is view, this page is visible. So check it, that's it. And come here to this other column, go to the layout and say, this item is not visible on page load, collapse when hidden. So the reason why you're collapsing when hidden is so that it compresses when that particular column is empty. Then you go back to your conditionals and you say get data from page URL, say V is create, then this element is visible. Let's go ahead and refresh. So let's go ahead and refresh. This is not supposed to work. So we see, we can see we just click on create item, back, create item, back, create item. So you can see this is how you create one-page navigational website. So all those SaaS applications that you see that's so fast that you're able to click through is how you create it. So you can say when the user is in the settings, I want you to show the settings page. When the user is in profile, when they click profile and URL is profile, I want you to show the profile page. So that's the way you do it. So everything, most advanced Bubble creators build Bubble as a one-pager. Not as a two-page application, but as a one-page application. And what they're doing is just showing elements, adding elements based on the URL constraint, based on this URL value. This makes your app really fast. It doesn't matter what you're creating. Bubble can handle it as a one-pager. You just have to keep going, hiding and showing things based on URL parameters. So, I think, okay. Yeah, so that's where we are. URL parameters can do much more, but we're not going to go further here. We spent a long time here, so thank you very much for watching. Really do appreciate it. I'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Hi, welcome. So if you've gotten this far, it means you are amazing. It means you've done super great. This is the time where we get to put everything we've learned together and create something really good for ourselves. So we're going to get started with pages. We're going to get started with the first page because I mean, you know what we're creating, right? So we're creating a recipe application that allows users to search, save their recipe, as well as create and share their own recipe. So we're going to start like this. So first of all, we're going to create a setup authentication. So some of the things that we're going to be using here, we're going to be using ability to create forms. We're going to be using URL parameters to actually do this. And we're going to be creating data in our database. And that's what we're going to do. So first of all, let's go ahead and set up our authentication. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to create a new page and call it auth. And just call it auth and say create. And as usual, we're going to have this be a column layout. Yeah, we're going to have this be a column layout, and we're just going to give it 800. That's fine. And we're going to have this be a 1 to 80. That's fine. And then what we're going to do now is to put a group inside of it. So a group inside of it that is also a column layout. No fixed width, mean width is 0, mean height is 0, and we're going to allow the height to span everywhere. So we're just going to allow it to span everywhere, just like that. And here we're going to give it a background. So you can give it some sort of a recipe background. So the background is going to be an image this time. And I'm going to choose a stock photo. So I'm going to choose a stock photo like so. And this is going to be my background. So this is my background, and normally the kind of image that you would use normally is something that you will blur. So you can blur this image if you want. You can blur this image probably with another graphic too. I wouldn't expect you to rely on Bubble to actually blur this for you. I don't really think you should do that. I think you should just blur it with a graphic too. That's going to be a whole lot better. So I'm going to center the image. So I'm going to crop it to fit the size, and I'm going to say no repeat. Crop it to fit the size, no repeat. So that's one thing. And the next thing I'm going to do is to put in another container inside of it that will house our login screen. So this is a container in here, and this container I'm going to make it a column, and I'm going to make it remove background color. I'm going to add a background color white. So this can be white or this can be transparent. It really depends on how you want to do it. So you can make it like a white 50 to make it a little bit transparent. Yeah, white 50, or let's go forward and make it like 80. So it's going to be a little bit transparent in between. And this particular layer, we are going to put it in the middle. I'm going to put it in the middle and we're going to put it in the middle like so. And we're going to click the outer column and put every child element in it in the middle. So you can see what we've done. Let's go ahead and just preview this so you see what we've done already. I'm doing this as fast as possible because I think you've grasped the basics of building this type of page with Bubble. So there's no need for me to keep beating around the bush like that. So we can see it's not really done well here. Let's go back to this. Let's go back here. I think what we have to do is to increase the mean height to say 1,000. Increase the mean height to say 1,000, so it becomes wide enough for the screen. And we come back here, and we don't have to. We're just going to leave a mean height of 600 here, and we're going to leave a mean width of 500, which is okay. And that's all we're going to do, like so. So just refresh. So this is the landing page, and don't forget you can actually use a blur background, or somehow we don't really have to use a background at all. We can take the background away and just make it a flat color if we want to. But if we make it a flat color, it's going to be white. So we can make it a flat color, which is our primary color, and this here can just be a white of 95%, and then we can go ahead and refresh. So I really like it if you use some sort of a design here, at the background, because it's going to really show what exactly you're building, and it's really going to show what your product is all about. So meanwhile, this is not a landing page. This is just a sign-in page. So let's go ahead and add some of the elements of a sign-in page. So some of them, it's the sign-in. You have to sign in, you have to log in, and you have to recover password. So to do so, let's add a padding. So I'm going to add a padding of 20 all around, like so. And then I'm going to put a you can put another group inside to be very safe, or you don't have to put another group inside. So you can add another group inside this one. This group will just span the entire, it will be a column, and it will just span the entire length and breadth. So this will span the entire length and breadth. And then we'll put another, we'll put a group inside of it again. So we can put a test. So let's just put a test first. This test will say sign up, and we'll give it a heading 3. Remember we did remember our style, right? So we'll give it a heading 3 and min width no, min height no. So it's just going to fit height to content. And in here we're going to give it a spacing of 10h, which is fine. And then I'm going to put in a column, a group, like so. We're going to put in a group and then put in an input, put in a test and an input. So I'm going to put in a test and I'm going to put in an input. This is where the user is going to input their email. So for the test, I'm going to say email. Yeah, email. Then the inner group, I'm going to turn it into a column. Yeah, this I'm going to turn it into no width, 0 width, 0. Just going to feature content. This I'm going to make it height of 45, width, no width, 0 width, like so. Gonna make it 0 width, and then I'm gonna just click on the column, it's on the group itself, so that we can have a bit of a distance. And then for the width of this, I'm gonna take it away like so. Yeah, and for the height, I'm gonna take it away. I'm gonna say fit height to content. So we can see we have this group, and I'm gonna just duplicate this group. This is gonna be the email, and this is gonna be the password. It's going to be the password, and there are some situations where you want your users to confirm the password, and this is going to be confirm password. Confirm password, and here we are, confirm password. Confirm password. This is going to be our password. Like so. Password is going to be email, like that. So we have this now. Next, we'll just add our button. We'll add a button that will enable us to sign up. So this is something we've done before. I'm sure you'll still be familiar with this. Sign up. So this is going to be our primary button, and just like we did before, we're just going to give it, say, fit width. We're going to give it a width. So make this element fit width no, fit width to content yes, min width no, and our main height is 50. That's fine. So we have this is our sign up, and we can put all these things together, put in the middle if you want to, but I'm not really going to stress you with that right now. Not really going to stress you with that. Let's see how it works right now. So you can see we have the sign up. So this is what we have right now. And that's why I like it when you create something so you can duplicate it. So the next thing we're going to do is to just duplicate this. Just press Ctrl D, press the outer container and duplicate it. Don't worry, we're not going to be showing it this way. You're going to be hiding stuff. So we're going to turn this into login, and then rename this to be login email. Rename this to be login password, and then delete this and call this login. Straightforward, right? Call this login, and then we can put some shadow, some kind of shadow. Yeah. Here we can click on the outer screen of this one and just put some tiny shadow around it. Our shadow color can be white, but it's fine. And then this is where the URL parameters will come in. This is where the URL parameter of the LAN will come in. We can use custom state for this, but now we want to use URL parameters. So what we'll do is that we'll put a test at the bottom of this. So already have an account. So I'm sure you've seen this. Have an account, and we'll say login. So when a user click here, they will be taken to the sign up screen. So you can see min height. So here we'll copy this. We'll copy this right here. Okay, let's just copy this, do a Ctrl D right there, and drag it to this other screen. Where is it again? What's happening? Okay. Okay, let's do it again by ourselves. Let's just do it again. Put it right here. Don't have an account. Don't have an account. Sign up. Yeah, don't have an account. Sign up. And this is going to be for layout 0. And this is going to be no min height and fit height to content. So this is where the URL magic is going to happen. So that's the first one. This is a login. This is a login. When user click on this, start a workflow, go here and say navigate, go to page. The page you want to go to is the auth page. Data sent is view equals login. That's the data sent. And same thing, come back here. When they click on this, what do you want to send? You just want to go back here, navigate, go to a page, go to an auth page, and what you want to send is v equals sign up. That's it. And then we come here, make conditional statement, and click here, go to layout, and we'll say this is visible on page load, collapse when hidden. Yeah. So we want one of it to be visible on page load, collapse when hidden. Or if it's not visible on page load, what you want to do is that the URL that you're sending to this page, the URL that you're sending to this particular page should actually make this URL, send this URL parameters to this page. So let's not make it visible on page load. Let's just leave it chill like this. Collapse when needing, conditional statement, get elements from page URL, get data from page URL, v is sign up. When v is sign up, this element is visible. Same thing with this one. Let's go back to our layout. We would say collapse when hidden, not visible on page load, conditional statement, when get element from page URL, get data from page URL, v is login, then this element is visible. Yeah, so that's what we do. Then let's go to our index page. So let's go to our index page. On our index page, we'll just, add a few things here. We'll just add a few things on our index page. We're not creating this for real because I think that what we've learned so far is enough. We're not creating this for real. So here, we're just going to put the layout and make it span on both ends. And then I'll put a button inside of it. One button, login. And the other button, Ctrl D. The other button is going to say, sign up. Like so, button says sign up. So when they click on login, what we want them to do is to, same thing really, navigate to, go to the auth page and send data to, send this extra parameter, which is a login. And then when a user click on the sign up, we want to do the same thing, navigate to, go to page, go to the auth page, and send extra data, v, which is sign up. I hope I got it right. So the first one is extra data, which is login, and the second one is extra data, which is sign up. So that's it. So let's go ahead and preview. This is the time of truth. I'm sure it's going to work. So we have login and we have sign up. So click on the login page. It goes all the way and shows you the login screen. Let's go back. Click on the sign up page. It goes all the way and show you the sign up screen. So I'm sure you want to see the other one below. So click here. You can see how fast it changes. Straight up, it goes changes super fast. And that's one part of it. So let's go ahead and create the other path. Let's go ahead. Let's go back to our auth screen. Allow user to sign up. Let's go make it visible. So the first group is the sign up screen. So when the user click on sign up, let's go back here and say account, sign up a user. And how do you sign up a user? Input email value and input password value. Then when they sign up, where do you want to take them to? You want to take them to the part where they will see the recipe. So you want to say after the sign up, where do you want to take them to? You want to take them to a page where you have maybe you want to take them to the index page after they sign up, but normally you take them to your dashboard page or your, any of those pages that you have data on when they sign up. So we take them here to see our recipe. So in fact, let's create a new page called recipe. This is where we take them to. We'll clone it from this page. So we take them to the recipe page. Yeah. Take them to this page, recipe page. So same thing. Let's go back here. When they hide this, turn on this, log in, set up a page. So we say account, log in a user, email will be the login email value, and password will be login email password. And after doing that, we want to navigate them to a page called recipe, and that's it. That's what we want to do. So let's go to our recipe page, and yeah, this is our recipe page, which is cool. I think so. So this is our recipe page. Let's go back to let's work on our application here. So go here and we'll say email. I'm going to say test email at gmail.com. Password is going to be password. Confirm password is going to be password. Sign up. So you see we are logged in. You can see we are logged in as a user. That's it. We're logged in as a user. Let's go back again. Let's go back again and just log in. Log in with that same password. Test email at gmail.com. Password. So now we are logged in. You can see it's working perfectly. And one more thing that you could actually check out when you're creating your login workflow, your login workflow like so, is to tell Bubble to remember the email, so that next time when your user is typing it, they could they can always just type their email. And also, if your browser sections are very sensitive, you could change this to no. Don't stay logged in, so that when a user exits their application, their browser, if they come in, they're still going to be logged in. But if you want them to be logged out every time they exit, so you say no. So I think that's it. So that's it for creating the authentication screen. Next, we're going to be creating we're going to set up the top menu, and I'll see you in the next lesson. This is pretty long, but I'll see you in the next. Now that you've been able to set up your authentication, the next thing we're going to do is to set up our top menu. And the way we'll do that in our recipe page. That's where we'll do that. And you can go ahead and delete all this. We really wouldn't need it. You can go ahead and delete all that. So what we'll do here is that this is a column that we don't want. So we don't want this group. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete it. So this is a fresh screen that we haven't touched. To add our menu, don't forget we use something called a floating group. And we set a floating group, it's pretty static. It stays on top of the page if we wanted to, or on the side of the page. So we're going to do so on the side. For our floating group, we'll call it a row, and we'll make it a full width that spans the entire container, which is awesome. And then for our min height, we will call it 100, which is cool. And here we would turn the width for our container to 1 to 80, which is all right. which is fine. And then for our floating group, again, we will put a padding inside of it and call it, put a padding inside of it and just say 20, 20, 20, 20. You're not seeing it now because our floating group is black. Let's change the color to, say, white. Let's change it to white. This is black. Let's change our floating group color to white. And then let's add some shadow style to it. So I'm going to use the default shadow style that comes with Bubble. And then what we want to do next is to add a group inside of it. So we can add a group. We'll add a group inside this floating group that spans from the beginning till the end. This group is going to be a row also, and it's just going to span from the beginning till the end. And for min height, it's going to be same min height that we got before. For min height, it's going to be the same min height, and we're just going to make it span from the beginning to the end. Remember, we have a group inside the group. So this is our floating group, and then we have a group inside the floating group. For our floating group, what did we do? Our padding is not showing on the floating group. Let's see where we added our padding. Let's go ahead and add the padding all over again. It's not showing. So let's do 20, 20, 20, 20. So that's our floating group, and then we have a group inside of it that's a row. Inside this group, we're going to add two things. We're going to add one group that has our buttons, and the other group that has our logo. And here we're going to split it in two. We're going to split it in two and say space between. That's what we're going to choose inside this row. And the first thing we will do is to add a test. So test logo, you can use an image if you want to. It's not going to make any difference. So we're going to call this recipe high five. So we're going to call that recipe high five. And for the width, just going to leave it the width, leave this width. Fit width to content, which is all right. Fit width to content, put it in the middle. And then for min height, 35, that's fine. And we're going to come back here, remove style, and put it in the middle. Okay, let's change our body style to, let's change our H3 style, fine. And then remove style, center it vertically to the middle. And that's that for that. Then for the other side of it, we're going to put in a repeating group again, right there. And you can see it floats all the way to the extreme end. And this repeating group is going to be called a row. And then it's going to be in the middle. For the min height, no min height. For the min height, no min height. For the min width, let's just leave it as then I'm going to make it float from top to bottom as the column. For the min width, let's leave it at 350, which is fine since we're just adding we're adding only two stuff inside of it. Let's leave it 500. We're adding just two buttons. Let's leave it 400. That's fine. And then we go ahead and add the buttons to it. We've done all this before, but doing things over and over again just make it stick. I'm going to add first button to it. So this is going to be our primary button, which is the sign up, which is the primary button, which is so returning users. It's even better than acquiring new ones. So this is going to be our primary button, which is the sign up, and then we would we'll take this away. We'll fit height to content. We would remove our min height. We would turn this to 45, which is our. So that's it. Then this other button, we'll do a Control D. This is going to be our secondary button, and we'll say sign up, which is fine. And then for our style, we'll take this away. Background color is going to be white. Our text color is going to be our primary color. Then we give it some border to make a lot of sense. We give it a border, and the border is going to be like so. And then this is what we have here now. And then we'll turn this into, so you can split. We can split like so if we want to. And then this, we can put it in the middle. This, we can just put this in the middle. Take this to the middle so it aligns with our recipe. So this is what we have here, but it doesn't make a lot of sense right now. Instead of splitting it in between, we can, we can push everything. So we can say push everything to the end and just give it a margin, just give it a margin. Yeah, just give it a margin like so. and give it a margin left like so. So that's fine. And you can see what we've done. That's how we create a header for the desktop. But we have to create something for the mobile version. And so let's just, so you know how to add the navigation thing, right? You know how to add the navigation thing, but so there's no need for us to do that. So that's the way you create the top menu. But if you're inside the application, which our users are right now, they wouldn't have to see this login and they wouldn't have to see the sign up. So you can go ahead and delete it. So I just did this so I should teach you how to do this. You can go ahead and delete it. But what we want to see is a logout. That's what they want to see. Maybe something like view profile or settings or logout. That's what they want to see. But we're just going to leave it like this first for the sake of this particular lesson. So next thing you want to do is to go to our responsive tab, and you can see we keep pushing, and it's not very good. It breaks. Keep pushing and it breaks it down because we're using a row. So we want to hide this container when a particular element, when a particular size is reached, because we're going to be doing that on the mobile. So for the mobile, let's add an icon. So we're going to add an icon. We're going to add an icon here. So that's the icon we'll use. We're going to use this icon. So we're going to put it here in the middle. So this icon is going to be in the middle. We'll take it to the middle like so. This icon will only be available when the page width shrinks. So we'll say when page width, current page width is less than, when this page width is less than 640. So 640, I like using 640 as my breakpoint. This element is visible. Then the layout, we'll go to the layout, collapse when hidden. This element is not visible on page load. Then this one, this particular one, this group housing, this group buttons, we're going to go back to our condition. We'll say collapse when hidden, element is visible on page load. We would say page width, current page width is greater than, it is greater than or equal to 640. And this element is visible. Remember, always remember to set out collapse when hidden in your element. So if we refresh this and we keep going, you can see, oh, it's not gone. It's not gone. So let's do it again. I think we said collapse, make visible on page load. That's why. So we'll take it away, make visible on page load, refresh. So we can keep going. Now it should go. So now it disappears and we have our mobile menu and now it's here again. So we have our mobile menu and now it's here. So that's the way you create the mobile menu. And then when you click on the mobile menu, something should appear like so. So you see. So let's go forward a little bit more. Let's go forward. Let's go forward a little bit more. So I think let's go forward. So we have our group right there, we have our menu, and we have our icons. So the next thing that we have to do is we have to make this a bit mobile friendly. We have to make this a bit mobile friendly here, and the way we'll do that is to add again another repeating group, another floating group. And if this is a mobile, you can reduce and increase the height of this to give it space. So what we do again, we'll add a floating group for the mobile version. So this is going to be the floating group for the mobile version, and then we would just bring it to just like the way we did it before. This is going to be this is a floating group, yeah. Floating group mobile. So I'm going to call it floating group mobile, and then it's going to be width. We're just going to give it a width of 300. We're not doing a lot. Maybe there's no need for a floating group. Okay, let me show you how you do it. But for this application, there's no need for a floating group since we don't have too many nav. But if you have a lot of nav, you can do this. So for the mean height, I'm just going to give it a mean height of 600, which is fine. And then for my container, for my floating group style, remove style, I'm going to turn it to white again. Turn it to white. And I'm going to add a shadow like so to it. And for the width, I turn the width to 200. and I'm going to give it a margin of 102. Yeah, a margin of 102 so that it shows all the time. Margin of 102, and then I'm just going to copy. I'm going to copy this. Just copy. Okay, let's go forward. Give it a padding of 20, 20, 20. So give it a padding top of 100, like so. And then I'm just going to copy this, Ctrl D and drag, put it here. And everything, I'm going to put everything in there. I'm going to put this one in the middle. I'm going to put this in the middle, and this is going to be, let's say, sign out. So this can be anything that you want to. This can be anything you want it to be. It doesn't really matter. I'm just showing you how to get this done basically. And then for our gap spacing, we can put a 20 gap spacing over here. And this is going to be a let's say profile. So profile sign out. That's how you would achieve this. And then how do we make this show? So we would put a conditional statement here that this will not show at all on page load. This wouldn't show at all on page load. It wouldn't show. So we say this element is not visible on page load at all. So when you load the page, it's not going to be visible. And then this is what's going to make it visible. So if I click on this, I want to see it. So if I click on this, I'm going to go to my start. I'm going to go to my toggle. So that's what you want to use, a toggle. Toggle an element. So what toggle does is that it shows an element and hides it back. So it shows an element on click, and when you click it again, it hides it back. That's what it's gonna look like. So let's go ahead and test this out. So we'll go like this, and so you can see what it is. You can see. So if I want to click, I will click, and this will disappear. So when you go ahead and then create this link, so if you click on it, you want it to disappear. So you click on it, navigate to that particular page, and disappear. That's the way you would actually do it on your own. So like this. And also you can also set up a condition that if the particular page width is not like it's bigger than this or smaller than this, you want the toggle to disappear. So we're going to leave it that way, and that's the way you create it. I hope you understand that now. And I'm going to delete it. I'm going to delete this. We don't need it. No, delete this. We don't need it. We don't really need this one right here in this application. We're just going to say log out. So I think that's the only thing we need here. And for the group, we're just going to leave it visible always. Remove conditional visibility. We're going to say, in fact, we don't need the group. Delete the group. We don't need the group. I'm going to say left. I'm going to give it left of 200. Okay, right, 200. Yeah. So we don't need any of those groups. If we go back to our recipe, if we go back to our app, this is basically what we need. We just want people to check recipe and log out afterwards. So hope you've learned how to create both your mobile and your nav now. So next thing we're going to go to is how to, so we've done this. Next is set up our recipe dashboard. That's it. Set up this recipe so we can see a display of recipe. So we're just putting everything. You've been able to set up your menu, your toolbar, and the rest. So let's go ahead and add a condition to this logout screen, to this page, and we're just going to say sign up. We'll click on it, and we'll say log out the user. And after logging out the user, navigate to the auth page and send more parameters to the page. We'll say v is equal to sign up is equal to login. So this is just a tiny finishing touch. So that's fine. So what we're doing now is to create the list of recipe. That's what we're doing. Creating the list of recipe. That's what we're doing here. So let's go ahead and add a column here. Let's add a very big group. So that's what we're going to add here. Let's add a group right there. And like we did before, we're just going to give it a negative margin of 101. give it a margin of, a margin top of 101, and make it a column. Make it a column and make it span from left to right. Mean width, no mean width, mean height for now. Let's just give it a mean height of 800 for now. And that's fine. And you know that we have two things that we have to do. One is a repeating group housing everything, and the other one is a column, is a search. Yeah, that's the other one. So we're going to create both of them in the same space. Both of them in the same, you could create both of them in the same container, or you could create both of them in a different container. So these are our containers. So we're just going to call this container main. This is our container. We'll call this container main. So this is our main container, and then we will add another container to it. So let's add another container inside of this. For this container, first let's just add a padding 20 all around, like so we know where we're working. And let's add another container inside of it, a group, like so, inside of it. And this group is going to be a column 2, and it's going to span from left to right. It's going to span from left to right, and the height is going to be the same. So we're just going to leave it like so. The height is going to be same, and this group is going to house our repeating group and our search. It's going to house the repeating group and house the search. So let us put in our repeating group in here. Put in the repeating group in here. Here, I want to make this go to the bottom. Go to the bottom like so. Make this go to the bottom first, but we'll take it up again. So we'll go like this. So now we're fixing our repeating group. Let's just make it a height of 500, which is fair. Height of 500. Make it a column. Yeah, we'll make it a column with a height of 500. And here we want to say how many number of rows do we want. We want 3 rows. Let's say we want 3 rows, 4 rows. Let's say we want 3. We want 1 to 3. We want unlimited number of rows. That's fine. And for the number of columns, we want 3 columns. So 1, 2, 3. And then for the mean height of this, we can say 0. You can say 0 if you want to, or you can, let's just leave it and say 300. For the mean height, we say 300. So that is 1, 2, 3. And there's the kind of layout that I think is cool for this type of application is a card layout. So you want to make it a card layout. That's the way you want to make it. And then we'll go ahead and say type of content is a recipe. Do a search for a recipe and all the recipe. For now, all the recipe, ignore search constraint. That's fine. And now we have all the recipe on this dashboard. So next, we'll go ahead and add a group in here. So remember, go ahead and add a group in here. That's what we'll do. So this is our group, and we'll just give it a remove. We'll give it a background color red. Give it a 10%, so that we'll know what we're working on. So we have 1, 2, 3 groups. 1, 2, 3 groups. So for the height, for this, we're going to say it's a feast. And for the mean width, we're going to take away the mean width and just make it span all around. And for the mean height, take away the mean height and uncheck fit height to content. Hope you get me. So on back to the repeating group, uncheck fit height to content. Uncheck fit height to content so we can have the repeating group span a whole lot. And mean height, you can if you uncheck mean height, the height is still going to be same thing, because it's just going to take the particular height. That's it. So this right here, we can expand it, we can reduce it if we want to, but we're just going to leave it this way. And remember, we said the mean height here is 300, so that's the height that it's holding. So it's holding that particular height of 300. So if we say it's 500, it's going to hold that particular height also. If we say the mean height is 500, it's going to hold it. So, but let's just leave it like this. Then later we would say fit height the content later, so it can be a bit dynamic. And then another thing that we want to add. Another thing that we want to add is we want to click on the inner content. I want to give it a margin. I want to give it a margin to the right. So give it a margin right of 20. So you see the way it's going to be margin height of 20, and then we want to give it a margin top of 20, or a margin bottom, not a margin top. Give it a margin top, like so. So give the margin height, a margin top, and a margin bottom. That's what we want to do. Margin height, margin top, and a margin bottom. So one thing that really comes to mind is this one has a margin because it has something next to it, but this has a margin also, but there's nothing next to it. So what you can do with this particular container, the repeating group container, what you can do with the container having this is to give it a margin right of minus 20. So if you give it a margin height of 20 minus 20, so it's gonna help you make an adjustment to the end of this, because this has a margin right of 20, has a margin of 20, and now we are giving this a margin of minus 20. So it's gonna 20 minus 20 is gonna give it a margin of 0. And don't forget to always add your margin bottom to your inner column. So we have a margin bottom to our inner column, and we have a margin right. You don't have to give it a margin left because things are not flowing to the left. So next we're going to add our image. You can add your image directly, or you can add it inside a group if you want to. So I'm going to add my image, and then I'm going to span my image from left to right. And that's what I'm going to do. And next, I'm going to give this a gap spacing of say 20 for now. We can adjust it always. Nothing is written on stone. And dynamic image, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to say the data source. I'm going to say current sales recipe, and this is going to be our dynamic image. Yeah, and we can go more. We can process with this. We can give it a 75, and we can say crop, resize to fit dimension. And here we can apply some blur if we want to, but that's fine. No blur yet. And then we'll add a column at the bottom. So we'll add a group, not a column. Add a container at the bottom. And similarly, this will be a column container, and this will just span from left to right. This is span from left to right, and this will just take the remainder width. So we have one and we have one. This is taking the remainder width. And in here we're going to add the name, we're going to add the name, we're going to add the description. Okay, no description, just the name and the cost. So description, so we can actually practice sending data to another page. So we're gonna add name. So this is a name here. So this is going to be name, yeah. So this would still have to send the content recipe, so I have to send parent group recipe, and this is going to be our name, parent group name, and layout is going to be like this. Layout is going to be like this, and fit height to content, no. Yeah, fit height to content, which is yes, that's fine. So next we're going to add our cost. This is going to be the parent group recipe cost. And don't forget to format it as, if you're using a currency, format it as a currency. And I'm going to respect my country. I'm going to say Naira. I'm going to give it a Naira sign. That's fine. And I'm going to uncheck max width, mean height, uncheck mean height. And lastly, I'm going to put a button. I'm going to put a button that says, learn more. So there's no need for this normally if we're designing this, because the content that we have here, it's pretty little. But so we can practice something, that I'm going to teach you. That's the reason why I am doing this. So learn more, and I like to use 45 most of the time. I like to use 45, and then if I come back here, I like to remove my style, and then I like to give it some rounding. So it has a rounding already, that's fine. So we would click on this in our group, and then add some spacing in between, like so. And for this price, we're going to change this from body to, let's say, H4. Let's see how H4 is going to look like, and I think that will be it. Let's go ahead and do a preview. Okay, we're having a bit of an issue here. we're having some issues. So we're seeing the recipe name. We're still seeing the recipe name. Okay, I think that's just loading speed. So so this is what we're seeing: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So each of these cards, what we're seeing is that each of these cards is on top of each other. Each of the card is on top of each other, and that's not fair. That's not really fair. So let's go ahead and make some adjustments. So for this, we're going to say fit height to content. We're going to say fit height to content for this, and for this inner card, for the repeating group, click on it. We're going to say, oh my god, okay, I think that's super wrong. Let's see. No, that's not 100%. That's not 100%. So let's go back to the height. So don't worry, we'll fix it. Fit height to content. Fit height to content, and that's not fair. So let's just take it back to 250. I think there's something wrong that I'm not seeing right there. Set fit number of columns, which is wrong. Set fit number of rows, which is wrong. Stretch to fit vertical space. Not very right. Let's go ahead and refresh and see what happened. So now this is really wrong. So now it's going as long as possible. Let's come back here, click on this particular inner group. Let's see what we have there. Fit width to content, fit height to content. Let's go refresh and see what happens. So now it's still flowing all the way down, which I do not like. So I'm just gonna, okay, let's refresh. So it's no longer flowing all the way down, but it's now taking a whole long width. So let's go back and see what's wrong with this. Let's go back to our recipe. Let's troubleshoot everything one after the other. This is our container main. This is our min height of 800. Let's cancel this. Let's cancel this. And let's go back to our inner container. This is our inner container. Fit height to content. Not good. Okay, let's go back to our repeating group. Let's go back to our repeating group, and here we have 250%, which is very wrong. 250px. Let's go back here and refresh and see what's going to happen. Now it's going to be a group that you have to scroll, which is not fair. So now it's going to be something that you have to scroll through, which is not supposed to be so. Okay, so let's go back to this other one. So I'm going to check out something. This is a repeating group, and then we have a column inside of it. We have a left margin, we have a top margin, left margin, but it's still coming close together. So let's just give everything a 20, 20, 20. Let's see how that's going to look like. Refresh again. So we have this divider. Let's go ahead and remove the divider. Go to our repeating group, click on appearance, and say remove. Let's just remove style, and no background, border, no border, no separator. So for our shadow, we could say offset. Let's go ahead and refresh. Don't worry, it's only going to get better. It's only going to get better. So now we have this. Now we have this, and so we have this in this tiny container, which is not so good. So let's go ahead and increase the size of this container. Let's increase the size of our container. We have this repeating group in here, we have this in here, and we have this column in here, and we have a container main in here. So let's go ahead and increase the size of this container and say mean height of this container is 800 and see what happens. Refresh. So now we have more room to actually scroll through. Let's resize. Let's refresh. So now we have a bit more room to scroll through. So what's deciding this is the size of this particular container that's housing the repeating group. Okay, fit height to content. Let's see how this is going to work. Let's see how this is going to work. Fit height to content. So I think it's very, very similar. Okay, so let's take away these spaces. Let's take away these spaces. Let's click on this and take away the remove. Let's take away the none property. Let's take away the background color. Background color is none. Let's take away the remove. Let's take away the background color. Column main. Let's remove. Take away the background color. And I think I still see a background color somewhere, but I'm just gonna chill. So there's still a background color somewhere. So let's find it. Let's find the background color. Group recipe, no background color. There's no group inside of these anymore. Group here, okay, there's a background color, none. So I think that's gone now. So we still have the background color. Let's see where it's coming from. I can't find it here, except maybe it's bubble that's not loading very well. There's no background color anywhere around here. None. Flat. None. Group recipe. Flat. There is none. Repeating group. There is none. Repeating group. There is none. No color. Group C. There is no background color. So I'm gonna just hit none. Container. There is none. So let's see. Let's refresh. If this happens, so it means Bubble is not saving it. That's what it means. It means Bubble is okay. Now it's clean and fresh. Thank you for being so patient. So that's the way no-code development is. You have to try so many things, and see what works. So let's do the last thing. The last thing we're going to do is to add a search, to add the search on top of it. That's the last thing we'll do. So this is our main group. This is our group main. So we'll just add another group. Add another group on top of inside of it, inside our page or inside our group main. So we can add. So this is the one housing the repeating group, and we can just draw another group like so. We can draw another group and add it inside. So we have one group. We have another group. So I'm going to take this group away. Take this group away. Then this particular one housing, I'm going to take it upwards. So this is going to house the search bar. So I'm going to make it a row. I'm going to make it a long width. Take it away. I'm going to make it simply 100. That's fine. And I'm going to give it a padding. I'm going to give it a padding top of 20, bottom of 20, left of 20, 20. So let's see how that's going to look like. So for the container, I'm just going to give it a gap spacing. I'm going to give it a gap spacing of say 40. And let's see how that looks like now. So the container is in here, but I'm not seeing it because I haven't added anything in there. So let's just go ahead and add I'm just going to add a test to this container and refresh. Come here, refresh again. So now we have the container in here. So we can see this is the container and it's there. So I'm going to take this away. For this container, I'm going to add a margin top to it. Let's say margin top of 100. We can always fix things. Don't worry, we can always fix things. And so I added a margin top of 100, and I'm going to add an input feed, an input like so, and I'm going to put in the middle, give it a 50. That's fine, and give it a width of 400. That's fine. And this, I'm going to click here so I can bring the input to the middle. I can bring the input to the middle, which is the search. Oh, I can bring it to the middle, or I can bring it anywhere. So I'm just going to say search by name or price. Search by name or price. Let's see if we're doing what we said we're going to do. Okay, yeah, that's it. Search by name or price, and then we're going to have this. We're going to go back to add a constraint, to add a new constraint. Don't forget, this is called input search by name or price. So add a new constraint where cost is equal to search by name or price value. Where cost is equal to, so let's do this again. Let's do it again, where the name is equal to input search by name value. So let's go to the next one, where the cost is equal to, so search by name value. So this is not going to work. This is not going to work because this particular input is taking a test. This particular input is taking a test, and we'll have to convert it to a number for it to work. So the way to do it is I go back where the cost is equal to search by name, input search by name value converted or formatted as a number, or converted to a number. So we have to find a way to convert these to a number. So we have to convert this to a number. So I'm going to do this again. Cost is equal to input search by name value formatted as a number, converted to a number. Yeah, converted to a number. So that's the only way it's going to work. So let's go ahead and try this out, and we will round up this lesson just like so. So this is our search, and this is our name. So we're going to say red rice. There's no red rice. There's red rice, but our constraint is not correct. So we're supposed to use an advanced filter for this. So if I remove that filter and I come back here and I type red rice, it should work perfectly. Red rice, it should work perfectly. So right? Okay. Refresh. I'm having network issues, slow connections. So it should work very well. So red rice should work. So Ghana, this should work. Ghana. So now it's equal to, so let's just copy this and say red rice. So we have red rice here. It should work. So we have red rice here. So I'm having slow connection issues. So that's why Bubble is not responding super fast. So to make sure that the other one works, we will go back and do our advanced feature that we've learned before. Close. We'll just go here and say feature. We'll say featured, constraint, say advanced. That's it. Say advanced. Where this recipe name is where this recipe name is input value, or this recipe cost is input value converted to number. Ignore empty constraint, and that should work very well for us. So that should work very well. This has been a long lesson. I'm sorry I had to overshot it. I'm sorry I overshot it, and I really don't know why I did so. But so now this is showing, and something is wrong. Something is wrong somewhere. Something is wrong. This or this. So something is wrong somewhere, and we'd have to fix it. Something is wrong somewhere a bit, but I think you should go over the course again. This is what we've done before, and this is how to this is how you create the search feature. My network is not so great, so if I ignore empty constraints, so it means when this is empty. If I ignore empty constraints, so it means that when this is empty, it should show the entire feed itself. That's the way I would do it. So next, I'm going to show you how to populate another data, send data somewhere. That's what I'm going to show you in the next lesson. So thank you very much for watching. I'll see you in the next lesson. On anything, I'm going to go over again setting up this feature to make sure that it works. So let's do it again. We'll go back to our advanced settings. Go back to advanced, and then we will say this recipe name is, recipe name contains input value, or this recipe cost is this value converted to a number, or this particular search value is empty. So ignore empty constraint. So let's go ahead and search. So now it's empty and it's showing us. If we do a 56, we should get something. So now we get this because this is a price of 56. If we do Ghana Jollof, so we have something. So you can see it's working. So yeah, here you go. Go ahead and try that and see that it works in yours. So this time we want to move to this part where we get to display in a detail page. So this is where I'm going to show you how to use the other type of group we talked about, which is a pop-up. So on the pop-up, we're going to do something similar, something very similar on the pop-up. I'm going to copy this entire page into the pop-up to save time. So to create a pop-up, just go down here and say pop-up like so. And the name of this pop-up is going to be recipe detail. That's going to be the name of this pop-up. And I'm going to remove the color. I'm going to say the color is going to be white, which is all right. And I'm going to just go ahead and copy this. So I'm going to copy this column like so. I'm going to copy this column to the pop-up. Hope it works. Here's my pop-up like so. Paste. So this is our pop-up, so it's pasted now. This is our details. I'm just going to say this is going to be a column. Our pop-up is a column, and it's not fist width. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, fist width. Let's give it a width of 600. Let's give it a mean height of 600 or so, which is fine. And right here, this is our column. Right here, this is we're gonna give it a width, no fist width, 0 fist width, and no mean height, like so. Fitting height to content, and on our pop-up, we're just gonna give it a padding of 40, 40, 40, like 40. We're gonna give it a padding of 40, 40, 40. And so that's how we'll do it. And then here, this is just going to be we're going to add one more feed here, and that feed is going to be the description. This feed is going to be this feed here. We would give it a bigger body large, and this feed is going to be the description. So we'll just say description. That's what it's going to be. So here, instead of learn more over here, we're going to say buy now. buy now. That's what we're going to do instead of saying learn more. And what we'll do here is that this data that's being displayed here is rubbish data. Yeah, it's rubbish data. So if we go back here, this data, yeah, the data here is just rubbish. There's nothing in here. Bubble is just really mimicking what you copied, but there's nothing there. So what we'll do is that when we click on this learn more page, we want to send the data to, when we click on this learn more page, we want to send the data directly to that pop-up. So we'll click on it and we'll say start. And here we'll click on this, we'll click here and we'll say display data. Where do we want to display the data? Inside the recipe detail, and what data we want to display the current parent group recipe. And then we just make that a recipe. We've done this before, I'm pretty sure. If you're confused about this, rewind the course, go back to the beginning, and you know how to do this. So click on our recipe detail. On our recipe detail, we already have the recipe, and then this column is going to be a recipe, and it's just going to be a parent group recipe, which is cool. This is going to be a parent group recipe description, and this is going to be our cost, and this is going to be the buy now. So when you click on buy now, what's going to happen? You might want to change this into a link. So let me teach you a very tiny trick that I will use. So if I click on this, I will change this button, convert this, no, not convert this button, convert it into another element. So replace element type, and I'm going to turn it into a link. So that's gone. I'm going to turn it into a link, and I think that didn't work out well. But background color, that didn't work out well. Color is now going to be white, so buy now. Set it to buy now. So we're supposed to have a background color. Okay, yeah, background style. Yeah, this color is going to be a white. Buy now. So now it's a link. So it's going to ask you what link do you want to open. You say parent group recipe link. That's what you want to say, a link to purchase. Then you say open in a new tab. Open in a new tab. For SEO reason, this element must be a no follow. That's fine. And that's the way you do it. So remember what I did before. I just clicked on this. I said convert, replace element type, and under the drop down I said link. So the reason why you're doing this is so that your users can leave your page with your website still open, to just allow them come back since they're leaving your website. But if you are an online store, they don't have to leave or whatsoever. And then when you click on this, remember we said we'll display data, and when we display the data, we'll show a pop-up. So to show a pop-up, just type the word here, show an element, and we'll say, what are we showing? Recipe detail. That's what we're showing. And how do we close the recipe detail? That's another thing to think about. So when we show it, how do we close it? We will use an icon. We use an icon to close it. Click on the icon like so. Like here, we would use an icon to close it and take it to the other end and make it like 40 by 40. And the icon here will just say close. That's what we'll say here. We'll say close. And then when I click on this, I want to hide. So you see, show, hide. So I want to hide the recipe detail screen. So let's go ahead and try. This will be our shortest lesson ever. Let's go ahead and try this and see how it works. So remember, we click on this. Oh my God, okay, now it's working. So you see how beautiful it is. I'm loving this already. So we click on this, and then we say buy now. It opens another screen which is gibberish. So it opens it gibberish. So this is basically gibberish. I just copied this. So we click on this and it opens very well. And we click on this and it hides. So you click on this, you can see the blur. So there's this blur. You can change the blur color if you want to. So this is working now. And that's really cool. So what else are we adding? We're adding our add recipe to favorite. Add recipe to favorite. So let's just do this since this is a very short lesson. We'll go back here. To do that, let's go back to our database. Click on users. Click on data type. Click on users and say favorite. Favorite recipe. So favorite recipe. Guess what? It's going to be a type what? Recipe. It's going to be a type recipe, and it's going to be a list. Since a user can have many favorite recipe, so it's going to be a list, and then we would figure out a way to do this. So to do this, I'm going to just duplicate this button. So I'm going to, okay, to do this, let's just add a button. So you can use a heart symbol if you want to. You can use a heart symbol. Okay, let's use a heart symbol. So I'll show you how to do that. I'm pretty sure you've seen the heart symbol a lot on several websites. So I'm going to use the heart symbol here. So that's the heart, like that. That's the heart symbol. I'm going to click on both. So I'm going to click this, click on the other one, and I'm going to say group element in a role container. And this, I'm going to click this one and make it, first. So layouts, make last, like so. And this, I'm going to click on it and I'm going to say fist width. This fist is going to be 40, and let's say 34 by 34. Move to the middle. This, I'm going to move it to the middle. And this particular one, this other one, I'm going to remove this. So Adalo put this, so Bubble put this very strange margin when you copy and paste. So then I'm going to make this like this, so you can see the way it is. No, not like this. Oh. Okay, let's leave it this way. That's fine. You can format it anyhow you want to format it. So what I'm interested in is this action. So when I click on this, what I want to happen, I want to add it to favorite. So when I click on this, I'm going to say update. I'm going to say data, make changes to a thing. When I'm making changes, I'm making changes to current user, and I'm making changes to the favorite recipe. And I'm going to say add parent group recipe. That's all. So when you click on this, it's just going to add that guy to the favorite recipe. And then when you click on it again, we want to do something. When you click on it again, we want to remove it. See the way it's going to happen. So when you click on this, we want to remove it. We want to add it. So this will only happen if the parent group recipe, this will happen if current user favorite recipe contains parent group recipe. That's a little, does not contain. So does not contain parent group recipe. So if it's not there, it's just like Instagram. If you're not a person's friend, you can add the person to your friends list. If the person is your friend already, you can't add it. Same thing, if you've liked a Facebook post before, you can't like it again. You like it only once, and when you click it again, it will unlike it. That's the same thing. So to do so, we will just, to do the reverse, we'll just copy and paste. So we'll copy and paste. And we would say, what do we want to do? We want to, no, this is not what we copied. When learn more, it's clicked. Okay, yeah. When this is clicked, we want to, okay, icon heart is clicked. We did the first one, make changes to a user. And the second one is make changes to user. So we say remove, yeah, from parent group, remove parent group recipe only when it contains. So if it contains it, remove it. If it does not contain it, delete it. So what better way to actually test this? A good way to test this will be to, if you want to test this, will be to create a custom state like we did before, custom state, and add it whenever it happens and remove it whenever it happens. That's basically how you do it. So we want to also change this icon. So just like the way you do it on Instagram, we're going to change the icon. So when parent group recipe, so when current user favorite recipe contains parent group recipe, we want this element icon to be, we want the icon to be the love icon, the heart. So I want it to be the full heart icon. Yeah. So then when it's not, it will resort to the default. So you don't have to set the opposite again. But if you want to be safe, you can set the opposite, but you don't have to set the opposite. So let's go ahead and try this out. You don't have to set the opposite, but if you want to be on the safer side, it's fine. So if I add this, so now if I add this, that should work. Why are you not working? So if I add this again, let's do it again. Wow, this works. This is working, but Adalo is pretty slow. So let's go back to our database. Let's go to our database and see. Let's go to our database, all users. Favorite recipe, no favorite recipe. Let's go ahead and add this to it. So something is happening here that that's not making it work. But let's go ahead and click again. This should work. I'm going to refresh. Recipe, no favorite recipe is working, which is pretty strange. So let's go ahead and click on our icon heart again. So this is our icon heart. So things to change: current user, favorite recipe, art. When favorite recipe doesn't contain parent group recipe, that's fine. Then the next thing we want to do is the remove when parent group recipe contains, when the current user favorite recipe contains parent group recipe. So let's add debug. Let's add this to debug. Let's add a breakpoint. So let's refresh this and see what happens. So add. So we're gonna add. So let's go run next. So make changes to a user. Wow. Okay. Let's go again. Let's go again. Make changes to a user. So run next. So things to change: current user. So it's going to change the current user. This recipe. So you can see we're seeing the recipe right there, and only when the current user doesn't contain it. So it's going to do it. So the thing is that right now this is inside it, and I do not know why it's not showing. So I do not know why it's not showing. So I think the network is not so good, but this is the way you would do it. And if before the end of this course and I'm able to get the network thing to function well, I'm going to come tell you that it's working. You know me, I always like to figure things out. I'm going to come back, tell you it's working, but that's basically the way you would do it in Adalo. I'm always talking about Adalo. So this is the way you do it in your Bubble application. So I'm just waiting for this to So that's the way. So now we have the heart. Oof, hallelujah. So now you can see the heart. It's working now. So you can see, let's just say run. Let's just say normal. Run. So we have the heart of a thing, and now it's going again. So let's see what's happening let's see what's happening in our database. We don't have, so normally, so this is the way we would add a favorite recipe. We just add a favorite recipe name right there, and it's gonna work. But I can't figure out why it's not working right now, but I'm gonna just refresh. I'm gonna set debug is force. I'm gonna set debug to force and leave. So just really like to figure things out. Debug to force. So this is not working like the way I want it to work. Okay, so let's see this way. Let's just log in as a user. So I'm going to run as a user. So I'm going to log in as a user like so. Test email at gmail.com. Test email at gmail.com. We'll call it password login. So let's see how this is going to work. So I'm going to go back to my, So I'm not seeing the favorite recipe added by Bubble. I do not know why this is happening right now, but I've checked my workflow. I've checked my workflow, and this is working very well. This is the way it's supposed to work very well. So we have the current user favorite contains. So let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. So we're going to try it one after the other. So we're going to try add first. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this away. So I'm going to say when this particular heart is clicked. When this particular heart is clicked, we're just going to add. So that's the only thing I'll do first. So I'm going to just do this first and see what happens. So now it's adding. So let's go back and try. Let's go back and see if it's working or not. So now it's adding. So we can see our favorite recipe. So let's go back again and remove. So let's see what we can do if we remove now. So let's go back again. Let's just let's click on this particular icon. Click on the icon, the heart icon again, and start an edit workflow. Make changes to a user. No. So I'm going to say when an element is clicked. Yeah, that's fine. Same thing. Icon, FA heart, like so. When this is clicked, I want you to make changes to a thing. I want you to make changes to a thing, make changes to the current user, and I want you to the recipe, and I want you to remove parent group recipe from the list. And over here we said we will do it if it doesn't contain it. So here we will say we'll do it if parent group recipe, if current user favorite recipe does contain, if it contains parent group recipe, we want you to remove it. We want you to remove it. So let's go ahead and refresh now. Let's go ahead and refresh and uncheck. So now it's working. So let's check again. So thank you. Now it's working. We've been able to figure that out. Thank you for sticking with me. I know it's a long time. It is dragging to a long time now, but thank you for sticking with me. Let's go ahead and just do the last thing, and we'll round up the course. So we have created add to favorite. That was a bit longer than I expected. I expected it to be very simple, but we had a couple of bugs because of my network. But this is the settings page. But I don't think that we really have to create a settings page because it's something that we've done before, similar to what we've done before. For the settings page, all you have to do is to put something on the nav bar, and when you click on it, you change the page, and they're able to go ahead and update their profiles, stuff like that. It's very similar to the way we've set up the login and the sign up screen. That's something that you'll be doing. So a brief recap of what we've accomplished so far. In this course, we've been able to talk about what Bubble can build. We've been able to talk about what makes up a Bubble application, walk you around the editor, how to manage data, create repeating groups, did a couple of some complex search, and we put all together by creating a recipe application with Bubble. So that's it. Thank you so much for watching. If you are looking forward to building a Bubble application, feel free to reach out to me, and I'll definitely help you out. And if you're stuck and you're looking for a way out of things, feel free to reach out to me, and I'm pretty sure we can work out something together. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you're joining this channel for the very first time, so other persons can see this course. Thank you so much.